Hello and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy Podcast. My name is Jed and we are reading Philosophical Midwifery today. Hooray for us. One thing before we go on in where we are in the text we're in chapter 2, we're in part 10. Chapter 2 is about the pathologos and part 10 of chapter 2 is titled the logos. So I suppose we are exploring how the real logos relates to the pathologos. But one thing I wanted to circle back on before we move forward is something that I am seeing a lot everywhere in society. It's very, very common. And I think understanding it will help us recognize it when it happens, understand it for what it is, and hopefully inoculate us from this kind of argument, this kind of way of relating to people that's very terrible, but very common. It's something that was called in this book Intimidation, but I have been wondering about why it's called Intimidation. I would have called it something else. Maybe something similar to the expression on the internet, Clip-Chimping. It's a phenomenon whereby one person decides another person is bad. Maybe they do it consciously. Maybe they are consciously lying about it. For example, I could be the president of any country, and if somebody speaks up against something I say, instead of addressing the logos, instead of addressing the actual concern, the human feelings and needs, and addressing it with reflection and logos, I might decide, well, I'm going to ignore the logos completely by just vilifying this person. And by the way, if I vilify this person, if I pretend he is a innately bad person, I can say, hey, let's ignore anything he says because he's a bad guy. Of course, our culture and media supports this kind of ignorance because, as we know, in movies, there is a good guy and a bad guy, and the bad guy gets shot, and then the children cheer as a human being is murdered, instead of being invited to reflect on his logos and pathologos, which is the correct, good, rational, mature thing to do. So our media reflects, amplifies, supports our ignorance. So making somebody innately bad, you're the bad guy, and then here's the next step. In order to justify it, there's this thing that's called on the internet Clip-Chimping. So if you are familiar with internet people or streamers or content creators, it's very obvious that there are some that are driven entirely by their pathologos. Sometimes they are called reactionary because their pathologos reacts negatively to anything good, to anything different. Sometimes we call them conservative because they want to preserve their ignorance, their pathologos, the beliefs they got from their parents in their childhood. It's no coincidence that these are usually there are a lot of studies that show people who are conservative are less intelligent than people who are progressive. But a more accurate way of understanding why that's the case is recognizing that intelligence isn't something you're born with, as a racist or a sexist might say. Intelligence is based on how much we can share in intelligence itself. If there is a intelligence to the universe and we are learning to share in it by reading the texts we are, and that makes us more able to see things as they are without projecting our beliefs onto them, trying to make reality fit our false beliefs. And free of that kind of distortion, we are learning how to arrange our thinking according to the dialectic. We are sharing in the logos. We are becoming more intelligent. And of course, that intelligence goes all the way up through enlightenment experiences, out of the physical world, and even beyond. That's the development we're going at. So people right at the bottom will seem to be the least intelligent. And sometimes people notice things like, wow, they are really unintelligent when it comes to all of these things of the self, how to treat our fellow man, how to address problems, but they show a lot of intelligence in this other area. How can that be the case? Well, if the thing that makes us intelligent is sharing in the logos, and the pathologos specifically attacks the logos, that pathologos that is causing them to attack reason, attack evidence, be less empathetic, and so on, that isn't triggered by certain activities. In other words, the pathologos has to block the logos. So if they're doing something else which isn't about the logos, I don't know, building a chair, let's say, if they're a carpenter, playing a video game, they could be really good at that because it's not about the logos and therefore not a threat to their pathologos. Therefore, they don't have to put on that mask, that way of being, which is usually angry, loud, violent, cruel, to defend itself from the logos. In other words, it is not that the unintelligent people become conservative. It's that the same cause. Remember, to be intelligent is to look at cause, not look at effects and get mad at them. The cause that has led them to be unintelligent in meaningful areas is also causing them to be stuck in their mask, which then causes them to be associated with other people wearing a similar mask. There you have the conservative movement, or the Nazi movement, or the white supremacist movement, or any of those kinds of things that are against reason and care. That's important. Because if we recognize that, we can solve problems. That's what we read last time. We read that our problems are entirely solvable. Even the worst Nazis, even if they have the power to do their Nazism, the reason, the cause is the same for all human beings. Therefore, our problems are solvable. That's a big deal. Turning on my fan. So, in order to do this, we have to share in the logos, which means a few things, which means a different state of mind, other than angry, open, curious. We're learning about that in the Meno. But also we have to wonder, well, if being open and curious and friendly allows for discussion, which allows for reflection, which allows everyone to be made better.
It's a win-win.
It's a win-win. Allows us to solve problems, allows us to reach excellence. All this happens if we can have this open, curious, friendly state of mind where we talk. Not just talk, but ask questions, following the dialectic. Then the same cause of the ignorance of the Nazis, of the conservatives, of those who are against logos, of those who are fervently attached to their way of being that is negative, called the pathologos. Those people will have to also not only silence words, but silence those states of mind that lead to words. So right now, at the time of recording, there was a university student in America, in University of Columbia, who was protesting his student fees being sent to support genocide. And he was, well, at the time of the recording, nobody knows where he is. He was taken by ICE people who are themselves the worst human beings, because what kind of human being would look for an opportunity to have power over, with impunity, other human beings? Not just power over, they have already decided it's a bad person and therefore they deserve punishment. What punishment? Well, rational person would say, okay, what kind of punishment would allow this person who we think is wrong to see the error of their ways, learn what they were mistaken about, and become more wise, more caring, more better, more of themselves? What kind of punishment? Now, the answer to that question is no fucking kind of punishment. Punishment is an excuse to inflict the same kind of suffering you suffered from. This is projection. In order to justify, you need a culture that has some sort of loophole that will allow the worst kind of human actions. That loophole in our current society is the idea of punishment. It's fucked. Look at anything. How are you made a better mathematician? Through punishment? Ever? Well, certain kinds, being deported. No, I'm not a better mathematician if threats of deport. No, that doesn't make me a better mathematician. Sitting in a prison. So no, that doesn't make me. No punishment makes you a better human being. That's easy to see if you recognize that fire doesn't freeze water. And this is one of the arguments that Socrates uses all the time. A lot of people think that justice or virtue or something good comes about through making people suffer, until they look at it and they realize, hey, if you want to make a dog better, do you beat your dog? Some people do. Those people go to jail. You never make your dog better by beating it. What about a human being? Oh, that's different. Is it? No. Why? Principles and causes. This is what we're sharing in. The logos that we share in is universally true. It's a principle. You don't pick to apply it to them, but not to us. Again, another thing that fascists, racists, prejudiced people do, and if they bind together in Republican or Nazi or any sort of ism, it's what they do. It's called in-group, out-group, which is another way of saying, which is the modern psychology way of saying pathologos. We apply certain things to other groups different from us, but we don't have to get punished. It's okay if we do it. No principles. Corruption, that's called. So what? So we have a loophole in our language that allows for violence under the lie that it somehow makes you better when it doesn't. Fire doesn't freeze water. Ice would. Kind of. Hot things don't make things cold. In other words, suffering doesn't make you suffer less. Inflicting suffering doesn't make you a happier, wiser, better person. It makes you a sadder person, a more angry person, or a dead person. So what? So it's our job to understand, as the better people, and I say better because the people who are interested in understanding these sorts of things are better human beings. Some cultures don't like saying that because some cultures are run by the worst kinds of people. And if you judge what is good or bad or better or worse, then you will judge their leader as worse. So they'll say things like, don't judge. No judgments here. I don't know what's good and bad. Maybe there isn't a good and bad. Let's murder babies. Because that would... Who are you to say that's bad? Right? Wrong. It's not who is to say, that's based on authority. That's the pathologos realm. What is to say is based on the logos. Anyone can share. So what? So, in order to oppress people, you threaten them. I want your stuff, says the capitalists, the businessmen, the CEOs, the politician, all the people in power currently. I want your stuff, and I want your life. I want you to serve me. I want you to bring me food when I ask. I want you to have sex with me when I tell you to. And I want you to do it out of fear of starvation, because I also want all your money and all your houses and all your food. That's capitalism. It's disgusting. It's got to end now. That's important to realize. To do so, we have to look at the mechanisms for justifying the violence that is used to as the threats. Do this or else. That's what they're saying. Do this or else. Like children, baby brain people. And the only justification of violence is some sort of punishment we're actually making things better somehow. Of course, that's a lie. But in order to play into that lie, you need to make the person you want to be violent against a protester. You pretend, you lie about them being innately bad. Look, they're brown. Look, they're a woman. Look, they weren't from the religion I was born into, which is anything different from your pathologos. Doesn't have to be real, just made up bullshit that makes you innately bad. Then you are somehow allowed to be violent. And the stupidest, most disgusting people on the planet, ICE agents. If you've ever seen an ICE agent, these are random, racist, evil people. Not evil literally, there's no such thing as evil. The most pathologos-driven people looking for an excuse to torture and abuse human beings with impunity, usually children, because you are not making anyone better. You're not making society better by torturing people. You are not making their lives better. You are not making humanity better. You are not solving any problems, and you are not leading us to excellence by doing this. It's a power thing, power over people. It's no coincidence that these toe-headed, if you actually listen to them speak, they remind you of the dumbest kid in your primary school growing up. They want an impunity to inflict their pathologos on children as it was done to them. Now, this isn't unique to them. It's disgusting. It's a human trait. Some people are more enslaved by it. Some people have a better character, and therefore, once they realize they have a problem, they do this kind of a work to remove it. But these people don't. They are too limited from the logos because of their pathologos. So all they have to do is say, you're bad. Now, no one's going to believe an idiot, or unless it's a fellow idiot, a fellow racist, someone from the same kind of pathologos family. Okay, so that's the mechanisms behind creating the conditions that allow for oppression. So what are we talking about today? In that sequence, in that pathologos drama, you could call it, there is a certain stage. You've already decided the person you want to abuse the same way you were abused, or a similar way to the way you were abused. Why? Because the abuser is your model of truth and excellence. and we have a soul that seeks it. That's why these people, when they are in a dialogue, usually forced to because it's on TV or something, normally that's the last thing they want. Words, reflection, some sort of unity through conversation to connect with another human being, they spit at the thought. If they are in a conversation, how do they show their way of being, their thoughts, their ideas are actually true and good and beneficial? If it is opposed to the truth, it is opposed to the good and it's harmful. And the mechanisms to reach truth, good and harmful, the logos, is specifically the thing they hate the most. No words, no self-reflection, no cooperation, no friendliness. How do they do it? If the thing that makes it true, the logos, is out of their wheelhouse. Well, what's their model of authority? What's the model of truth? In other words, they haven't learnt the logos. They're not doing midwifery and reading Socrates with us. So what makes something true? In their world, imitation. As we've been reading, there is an origin scene where they were doing well, but they were crushed. Their self-goals, their self-motivation to follow and master the self-logos was stopped by an authority figure who, of course, none of that is good or wise, it's the opposite. So they must have been believable because they appeared to be. That appearance is what these people, these anti-logos people, pull out in conversation. So, some people will be angry and yell. Hang on a second, why are you yelling all of a sudden at President Zelensky? Oh, because you're doing something you know is bad, but you want to pretend it's not. So what's the mark of truth? The person who is the angriest, just like Donald Trump's father was an angry piece of shit. Angry, racist, violent, disgusting piece of shit. So his father's image becomes what Trump thinks it means to be wise and knowing. And it's close enough to all of the other people in the Republican Party, in that Nazi conservative team, that obviously preys on similar people who aren't themselves wealthy, but have a pathologos similar enough to buy into the bullshit, to buy into the false image. So they're sort of telling on themselves. This is my pathologos model, yelling. Other people claim to play the victim. A lot of Jewish people from that background and pathologos milieu culture. I'm right because look at how much of a victim I am, even while I'm the one victimizing others. So what? So we can understand what they're doing, but there's a key step. Once they've decided the person they are going to personally profit off of crushing, they need to create that image, and then they have to have some way of showing that it's not just made up. In other words, they have to have some sort of justification for saying this person is A, innately bad and evil, and then B, now I get to abuse them, murder them, torture them, steal their money, sexually abuse them. Because capitalism allows for all those things, which is terrible, and someone should be doing something about it. Hopefully a lot of people. Okay, so what's the key step? You've seen the person you want to abuse, take the money from. Right now, at the time of the recording, a lot of businessmen who are trying to steal Social Security or steal money from people's healthcare plans, and so on and so on. So they'll say, in order to steal your money, not stealing your money, I'm actually helping. Again, they have to give the image of philosophy, the image of actually benefiting somebody, which only happens through philosophy in this sense. Following the logos, encouraging people to dialogue, following the patterns and principles of the logos, to find causes, address those causes, free ourselves from problems, change our mind, do something better, adopt a new way of being, and then following that logos to our highest excellence. That's reason, that's maturity. Simple, available to everyone. But once they have attacked the person's image, completely made up, usually as we read last time, a projection of themselves, so they'll often project the same pathologos problem they are supposed to be dealing with in their life. So we say, Trump has daddy issues or something like that. Elon Musk wants to be loved. Donald Trump wants to be loved. Elon Musk wants to be cool or whatever. Obviously, they have these problems that they are not addressing, but they project it on other people. This is a phenomenon called heralding. So famously in the, in a royal banquet happens and a king from a foreign land comes in and a herald has to introduce him, announcing King Peter, savior of the people. Loved by working class, champion for a strong economy. Now, what's curious about this human experience we're in is these people heralding are saying the opposite. That's the tragedy or the irony or even the comedy. If we can free ourselves from it, it can be a comedy. In that the very things they claim, this King Peter is hated by the people, is tanking the economy on purpose so he can buy everything for cheap, just like Donald Trump and all of his capitalist scumbags in his orbit. He's not a champion of the people. He's not going to make a robust economy. Whatever else the Herald says he is the opposite. So that's interesting. So if you look at these racists and stuff and pathologos-driven people, conservatives generally speaking, they will claim to be the exact opposite of what they are. And they will attack the other person for being their problem. So for instance, it's very difficult talking to these people because they don't believe you when you say, I actually want to help people. Because no one in their world helps people. Their parents didn't help people. Their church don't help people. That's their world. Their pathologos prevents them from helping people. So they'll say, no, these progressives don't actually want to help you. They're lying to you. And they're not. But the people heralding, not just heralding, but projecting, attacking, that's their problem. Okay, so then let's get to the step that we want to look at. In order to justify that false projection of an enemy that is needed to justify the making them better through suffering or punishment, which is really just their sadistic playing out of their pathologos, and also serves another benefit of being able to oppress people, steal their shit, and get them to be your slaves. That's punishment. In order to justify that, you have to look for evidence, but I thought these people were against evidence. They are against evidence. They're going to make up evidence. That's called clip-chimping on the internet. So maybe you've got a favorite content creator who might be in an argument with someone. Now, the person who is in the wrong side of the argument, because they are driven by their pathologos, will do this. They will take clips out of context to say, see, look, Here is half of a sentence of him using certain words that we can pretend lie to each other and pretend it means this other bad thing. Just like, oh, you're protesting a genocide of children in Palestine right now? Oh, what you really mean is you want the Jewish people to be murdered. Yes, you're anti-Semitic. Proving that conclusion I made about you to begin with. There's no evidence leading to the conclusion, dialectic, following the steps of reason and evidence leading to a conclusion. No. I'm starting with the conclusion. That's the problem. They're starting with a conclusion that they want to justify because their real goal is to do unto others the pathologos, abuse and suffering that was done unto them. And the cause behind that, notice we're just tracing causes, is their image of excellence is being that kind of abuser. And the cause of that is their own family situation, as well as the particular problem their soul brought with them. So that when they were abused in that kind of way, as a child, their way of making sense of it is unique to them. So no one's pathologos is the same. They're all different. So that's the cause. But even beyond that, why are we born into this world with some parents who we're stuck with, who are themselves cosplaying a Noah, pretending to be the king priest of the house, playing out their pathologos, crushing their own loved children the same way they were crushed? What's the cause of that? Pathologos. Why? Apparently, as we read last time, the kind of family we're born into reflects the kind of problem our soul had in fully sharing in logos in a spiritual sense, in a non-physical sense, resulting in this kind of incarnation with these kinds of problems, creating the conditions for us to address them. These people in charge do not address them, and therefore play out the implications of their problem. But if they're in authority or they have a lot of money, they are not the only ones suffering. We all are. Therefore, just as there is a moral imperative for every human being to reflect on their pathologos and do the work to remove it, especially so for those in charge of anyone or anyone who has kids under their care, and so on and so on. Which is why we have this channel. Well, no, it's not why. We have this channel to do the work on ourselves, for us to become better people, so we don't fall down the same trap as everyone else in that particular, most sinister, but most prevalent way of being. The pathologos way of being is far more common than the logos. Which is why, one of the reasons I only have a few followers on this channel. But hopefully, as I get better at this, and make it more interesting and fun, and we'll get more followers and more people will awaken to our job. No, not just job, our game, our play. We're not working to enrich somebody else, some jerk who's never going to reflect on their pathologos. That's work. Slavery to ignorance with more steps. That's work. We are playing a game that can free our soul from our problems and allow us to discover our highest state of being. Hey, welcome to the channel. First time chatter. Glad to see you here. So, if that's our job as all human beings, an Ewok is kind of an alien puppy. Is that a bear or a dog? Dog alien is an Ewok. That's true. Ewoks are dog aliens. I'm so excited to talk about philosophy. Oh, you're in the right place. Bear alien. Yes, an Ewok is a bear alien. So, there is a step needed. Okay, keep in mind, we are not doing the logos, which would be looking for evidence, talking in a friendly way. Never any blame or punishment, ever. Following the steps to come to a conclusion and then follow the implications of that conclusion. They're going backwards. They're starting with the conclusion. The conclusion is, this person is innately evil. Now, that's not true. There's no evidence to support that. There's no such thing as evil. But they can pull on their pathologos beliefs or their cultural beliefs to pull something out that somehow the loophole that makes people evil. They're not a Jew. They're evil. They're not a Christian. Going to hell. Sorry, buddy, you're an evil non-Christian. Let's start the Crusades and murder everyone you love. Because murdering is one of the 10 commandments. Murdering, you can't murder people. Oh, unless I can find a way of making you an innately bad person. So that's their reasoning. That's part of their sick reasoning. Sick, pathos, reasoning, logos, pathologos. That's their pathologos in action. I'm not going to read a Wikipedia article, but if you summarize it, give me a definition of what it is. I'll read that. Sounds interesting. So, what's the key step? Someone is threatening your ignorance and you have some power to abuse them or kill them. You can't just do that. That's wrong. But you pull out something from your culture, the pathologos, the ignorance of your culture, and say, oh no, that person is bad. Look, he's not white or he's not Protestant. Some bullshit. And then you have to create the justification that this person is bad. That's the clip-chimping. To selectively pick out things or only look for mistakes, not so you can help them learn from their mistakes, but so you can use it to kill them, cut them off, silence them, put them in prison, shut down the dialogue and the logos. That's clip-chimping on the internet. Selectively picking out random things and using it as evidence to support this negative conclusion about that person's self, which is then done to silence their logos, so my ignorance is not threatened. And then, if we have an idea of punishment, I get to punish them. In other words, I get to crush them and have a sick, sadistic influx of pleasure by crushing someone the same way I was crushed. That's the pathologos. That's the sinister force behind humanity, the pathologos. Why is it pleasure? You're being the knower. But it's not knowing. Anyone knowing would be like Socrates or Pierre Grimes and help people. Oh yeah, no, it's not actually true. It's an image that they got when they were 4 years old and they were stuck there, and it would have been too dangerous for them to question. Yeah, Donald Trump is a racist, fascist, con artist, grifter, just like his papa, just like his papa's papa, and so on and so on. That's the lineage. But we're looking at clip-chimping. Now, in the I haven't thought of a pithy name for clip-chimping. That is, selectively picking out bits of evidence to justify the negative conclusion you've already made about the person. So a racist will go and hang out and whatever. You're at a bar having some drinks with someone who happens to be a racist, and then he'll start, antagonizing someone who's brown. And then all of a sudden, after hours of antagonizing, this brown person says, hey, look, man, stop, you're being a jerk. What, do you want to fight or something? And they say, see, brown people are innately violent criminals, just like Donald Trump. I mean, just like Daddy. I mean, just like Putin. I mean, just like Hitler. I mean, just like whoever my personal pathologos is, parents, whoever my particular president or leader of my group is. See, look, bullshit. It's not true. That's clip-chimping in real life. Now, I haven't, maybe passing the buck with pain, yeah. let's check in. Praxology is the study of why people do the things they do. Oh, interesting. So we would call that the logos. The logos. Understanding the inherent structure of understandability, or in philosophy we say intelligibility, because it's not just understandable, you can confirm it in direct experience. Either in removing your problem, you test out your it's called philosophical midwifery, to give birth of the false beliefs you carry. You have midwife talks, that's what we're learning about here, that's what we're reading about, and then you go out and test it. Are you able to see clearer? Are you projecting less? Are you clip-chimping less? Are you heralding less? But on the other part of the game, so philosophical midwifery is freeing us from that sinister pathologos that drives people. But after we are free from trying to imitate daddy, trying to use all these rhetorical tricks that we've been talking about today. There are only a handful of them that we have to recognize. They're universal. Using those pathologos-based tricks of language and behavior to imitate the kind of injustice that their parents did to them, because that's their model of justice and virtue and excellence and beauty. All of the things that we actually study in philosophy. So when we're freed from our soul driving towards that, we can actually do what we're really here for, drive towards the truth. That's called following the logos. And we do that by practicing the dialectic as we read Socrates. Socrates is someone who shared the logos with us. He was the fellow who introduced the logos. Or rather, he got it from his teacher Parmenides and Xenophanes before him, but the only written works we have are of the conversation Socrates had. So what? So that's what we're doing here, following the logos, removing the pathologos. Let's check in. Just so you know, because it is a philosophy stream, sometimes my answers will be longer, and so I have to check back in your chat, but into the chat to catch up. But I'm not ignoring you, just so you know. You don't have to be a Christian to understand why Christians make choices. Yes, exactly. You don't have to be a Christian to understand why Christians make choices based on their faith. That's important. You don't have to have cancer to have the art and skill of how to cure cancer. Here we are learning the art of midwifery. We don't have to have the person's individual pathologos to understand the principles of pathologos, recognize how they play out on a societal level so we can fix the problems we are suffering from because of capitalism, but primarily fix the problems our soul is here to fix. Don't know whether humanity is going to survive the playing out of the pathologos with nuclear weapons, or with 800 billionaires in existence now. That's pretty fucked. But we do know that for whatever time we have here, it is best spent learning the sort of thing we can take with us into the next level of our journey. And as we read last time, our soul on that journey had a problem that our pathologos is here to represent so we can understand it and free ourselves from it. So the quote we read last time, we are doing learning today that will pay off tomorrow. Freeing ourselves from our own false beliefs and ignorance, and using that freedom to discover the true self and the true self way of being, which might be nothing other than functioning through the art of the dialectic, the art of the logos. Almost every accusation turns out to be an admission more than an accurate probe. Exactly. Yes. So there's expressions like every accusation is a confession, or that principle, I've coined the word heralding. Oh, sorry. The things they say actually is an indictment of themselves. Here comes King Philip, the people's king, the bringer of potatoes to all Irishmen. Now, it will turn out that King Philip is hated by the people and is causing the potato famine, but that's their game. Turn on Fox News. It's the exact opposite almost all the time of the truth, heralding. So yeah, it's an admission. Refraction of the intergenerational trauma. Yes. So we could also say intergenerational trauma or family curse, represented mythologically. That's how we can come to see the story of Achilles in the Iliad is someone going through the steps needed to free yourself from the family curse, or what we call the pathologos. The pathologos is the correct name for that family curse or intergenerational trauma. Quite right. Take an idea and write it out in Scrabble tiles. Throw those tiles in a sack and shake them up. Dump them back out and rearrange them into something else. It's just a reskinning of the same idea. Random character generator when you start up a new video game. Are you talking about reincarnation here? Or people who are blocked from learning new ideas. They're only able to use the language under their glass ceiling. So when we get our pathologos, we are doing self-activity, we are self-reflecting, it's a goal just for you. So your parents can't profit from it. So if you're doing a practical thing, they could benefit from it. A good parent has to realize you are not their child, you are a human being first. You are not an extension of them. But most parents can't handle that, so they want you to stop doing your own thing, stop doing reflection, do something practical for them. But most of all, they want to stop any kind of learning beyond a point. If you are Christian and you recognize that if you ever read the Bible, you will not be a Christian anymore because of many, many reasons, including self-contradictory, obvious harm, inaccurate statements, absurdities, it's not a coherent text, all of the individual people have their own problems, it's bullshit, it's harmful, it justifies things like rape and murder. So it's not, so the people who don't read the Bible will say things like, oh, it's a good handbook for morality. No, it ain't. It's the opposite. Richard Dawkins wrote a book called The God Delusion. And he says, if you were to take all fictional characters and you were to put the Bible version of God in there, he'd probably be the most evil. So you have to stop your child from thinking from himself if you want him to be a religious follower, from knowing how to read, from liking reading, from asking questions. Don't ask questions, it's faith. Don't think, it's faith. Don't keep your money for your own goals. Give it to the church who wants to buy another private jet. And so on and so on. So the language is only up to your ceiling. Now that's a problem because the language that we are learning here and in philosophy is a language beyond the pathologos, beyond belief. Pathologos is a belief based on an image, based on an injustice, insult against yourself that you are here to remedy. But if it's a belief, it can't touch truth. Belief has nothing to do with truth. You can believe anything, doesn't make it true. In fact, that's the mark of belief. Faith is saying, hey, we know it's not true, the world is 6,000 years old. We know that. But believe it anyway. But I thought beliefs have to do, no, nothing to do with truth. However, you can rank beliefs, which is something that we do when we read. Let's pull up the board. When we read in this new kind of way that we have to learn because it's not taught yet, we look for key terms. Let's zoom in a little bit. We look for, let's go all the way, key terms. So when we are reading and we see a list of key terms, in philosophy, they're usually the self-logos terms. So the terms that are the highest. Self is honorific, meaning the best kind of logos or best kinds of words. So those words are like beauty, excellence, justice, being. And those are words that reflect the aspects of pure being. So philosophy is about how do we understand pure being, or the spiritual, or the realm of the soul, capital, or should we say, what's more accurate? Mind itself, or pure, mind itself. So how do we understand that? And the word intelligible, as we said before, intelligible. So this is intelligible. So we are discovering the logos, or the intelligible nature of reality and self. Intelligible. Intelligible is a fantastic word that I knew for like 15 years before I actually figured out what I meant. Now, this is another thing. In this game, it's long term. It's not a one and done thing. It's a relationship with yourself, a relationship with your thoughts, with your problems, with other people in the community who are also in this game to A, discover their unsuspected problems so they can be free, no self-sabotage anymore, no being unjust to people anymore, and B, use that freedom to discover the truth of mind and being. How do you do that? Well, you can only do that if it's intelligible, and intelligible means both understandable reality is understandable, which means beliefs won't cut it. Understanding is a higher cognitive function, a higher use of our mind than beliefs. But also higher than belief is, we say knowable in English, but that's a poor word. So this is the problem we're facing. The problem you brought up in chat about language. The language that we use to make sense of things is just like a few key words in a Scrabble thing that we pour out and rearrange again. So if somebody has an experience of mind and their logos is limited, they might say, I saw the face of Virgin Mary. No, you didn't. But they don't know philosophy. They haven't subscribed to this channel. Please subscribe to the channel. In other words, they don't have a language of that thing. If I take you to a rugby game, it could be a World Cup game between the Wallabies and the All Blacks. The greatest game. But if you don't have a language... Oh, thank you for the follow. Unholy... Philosophy. Good, that's a good name. That's a good... combination word. What are the best things of this planet? Philosophy, this kind of conversation, food, music, making love. So if you're having a name, combine those ones. It's a good name. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Art by Shrike. Oh, you're an artist. By the way, this is fantastic for artists. So we were talking about one of the greatest works of art ever that has survived, 3,000 years now? The Iliad, the story of Achilles. It has been an object of reflection for 3,000 years. Not so much in the last 1,000 or so, but up until where we diverged from following the Logos. It was a work of art that was an object of reflection because it was meaningful. Why? Because it showed somebody going through philosophical midwifery. In other words, you can do a dialectic on something. We'll get into that soon. And then each of those key terms and relationships, key terms and relationships of your dialectic on something like beauty itself. Notice we're not talking about a physical beautiful thing. We're talking about beauty itself. For there to be many beautiful things, there has to be a principle of beauty. That principle of beauty is understandable. We can recognize it. We can say, oh, there's a beautiful person and a beautiful painting and a beautiful sunset. What the heck is beauty? Such that physical things can share in it. And you can understand it. Symmetry, order, proportion, flow, balance. These are all aspects of beauty. Any artist will tell you. But the thing about beauty itself, or as the Greeks say it, self-beauty, the word self, altos for the Greeks, elevates it out of the physical world into the world of being, where you can experience it as a noun. If you do a dialectic on that, you can take the terms that you use to understand self-beauty and the relationships in your dialectic. How does beauty relate to philosophers? How does it relate to painting? How does it relate to artists? And so on, and make a work of art that takes all of the terms and turns them into things, all of the relationships and turns them into drama. So the story of Achilles can be a reflection of a dialectic on midwifery that we can all look at, study, wonder about, talk about, and become better through having done so. And that's a key fact about art in the Greek sense. The word art necessarily involves benefit. And if our goal is to A, remove our pathologos, and B, go through understanding to remember the truth about self and reality, then art has to reflect how we do that for it to be beneficial for the Greeks, or art with a capital A. So what? So we're looking for key terms and relationships. There are only two things. There are things, and then there are relationships between things. What we are doing when we read is look for key terms in a list. So if you're reading and you come across a list of things, look for those key terms. It's either going to be the self-logos, usually in philosophy, or the distorted version of the self-logos. It's distortion. That we've been talking about. When Trump yells at Zelensky, he is not actually being wise. He is imitating a distortion based on an image held in your soul by a false belief. So that's the distortion of the self-logos. So this way is philosophical midwifery. Philosophy itself is the other way. So those are the key terms we look for. Or they could just be key terms about the text. So if we ever come across a list of key terms, we write them out. Now, I was saying about the self-logos is intelligible, understandable, and knowable. And then we talked about the problem of language, because it ain't understanding the way we talk about it. It's specifically understanding the level of reality that you can experience if you separate your soul from your physical body. That's the Phaedo, Plato's Phaedo. He talks about how to do that. Every yoga is, in essence, different possible strategies of separating your soul from the body. That's what they are at their core. Understanding that realm you can directly access for yourself is called dianoia, which is a word we don't have in English, so we have to put that word in. Otherwise, as you say, we are going to misunderstand something by just recycling a language based on our ignorance and not based on truth. So that's called dianoia. Understanding this, understanding the realm of pure being, understanding self-beauty, self-knowledge, self-justice, the thing itself. Now, the word intelligible doesn't just mean reality is understandable, it's also knowable, which means the Greek word of that is nous. Nous is the word. And the closest English translation that I've seen is direct, intuitive, experience. That's the best one I've seen in a text to translate nous. But the way you can think of it is, where's my baseball? I have a baseball I fiddle with. I also have this flamingo, and I have a chicken. And I have a baseball, but it's not at my desk. So I can grasp this chicken like this. Through touch, through the medium of touch, I can grasp it instantly. I know it directly through touch. In a similar way, the object of knowledge, pure mind, is grasped by mind directly, all at once, immediately, which is why people who have that experience use the word oneness. This is the ultimate nature of reality. This is what somehow reflects on itself. So that ability to reflect on itself is ousia, another word we need, because it's also, we could say, we are being the best kind of humans. We are better humans than other human beings here, not because we're in the right team, or because we're the right color, or the right gender, or any of that crap, or we have the most money, or the most followers, or the most likes on Instagram. No, we are better because we are engaging in ousia as best we can. Ousia is the capacity of consciousness or mind, ousia, to reflect on itself. Self-reflection. What do people with ignorance refuse to do? Self-reflection. What has Donald Trump never done a day in his life? Reflected on himself. Now, once you realize this, you want to say, well, how do I do it the best? Is there a structure or a pattern or a discipline or even an art of self-reflection? Yes, that's philosophy. Literally, that's philosophy. The highest use of ousia or self-reflection that you can do while in a physical body. That's the dialectic. So you can say dianoia utilizes the art of the dialectic. How do you order your thinking in a certain kind of way to make it more true, efficient, and more able to share in the intelligible nature of self and reality? Dialectic, which not only allows you to understand the truth of reality, but it leads you to the direct intuitive experience or oneness of it to confirm your understanding. See how far from belief we are? If you understand something for yourself, why would you believe any other person? If you understood something for yourself, would you have to follow an image of what it means to be knowing and yell at people? Look how knowing I am, I'm yelling just like my dad. Of course not. By the way, if you not only understand something, dianoia, but have confirmed, You've confirmed your understanding of reality in direct experience, nous. How easy are you going to be abused by these kinds of ignorant people? Oh, you know what's actually good? Making money. No, I've experienced the self-good. Good as a noun, the archetype, the model, that any other good thing in our world is only good to the extent it shares in goodness itself. So if you come along and tell me, hey, this thing's good, being a religious person is good, being a fascist is good, your team is good, even being a Cowboys or a Broncos supporter is good, Are you going to believe that? If you have a direct experience, nous, and a direct understanding, dianoia, of the self-good. By the way, everything you do, don't you want it to be good? Everything you do or create, don't you want it to be the most beautiful? How important is it, therefore, to understand and directly experience beauty itself and goodness itself? What if you don't? And you've never reflected on your false image of what's good and loving. Then, the more good and loving you try and be, the more you are going to be doing what? Despite your best intentions, you are going to be adding more of this into the world. That is the stakes. And how meaningful this super fun game of philosophy, real philosophy is. Notice, we have to start the way that they teach philosophy in school is not the same as this. It's that this not only represents the systems of authority and institutions in our society, of politics, of business, of our justice system, of our education system, it also applies to, well, education system, philosophy itself. How do they teach philosophy at school? Any mention of dianoia? Nope. Any mention of nous? Nope. In fact, they say there is no being. There's no meditation rooms at universities. So what do? They give you images of authority. Here's Kant, here's Hegel. Look how smart they are. Says who? I've tried to read the book. It's bollocks. It's gobbledygook. It's nonsense. No. You have to collect a series of beliefs based on the image of authority.
It's a win-win.
Have you read Brand at all? Have you read Nagel? What about Scanlon? Have you read Scanlon or Scruton or Edmund Burke? Have you read C.S. Lewis? Have you read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe? Have you read Immanuel Kant? So you know Pflicht.
What has this got to do with Bob's Burgers?
Do you practice self-love in a Kantian sense? Do you masturbate to Kant? Have you seen Infinity Wars? Have you even seen Age of Ultron?
So that kind of way of being. To quote images of people to justify your own false beliefs. That's why no debates are ever any good in philosophy. People come in with their own bullshit false beliefs and they spent 20 years getting a PhD. How do I quote Hegel and Kant and Nietzsche and Brand and stuff to justify my false beliefs by claims to authority? Notice, without the logos, what makes something true? Authority. So when let's say Trump is doing something objectively bad, we should be saying it's objectively bad. It's understandably bad. We can confirm that it's bad and we shouldn't do it. But instead we have to say, well, why is it bad? Isn't that just your opinion? Well, our founding fathers said so. The Bible says so. You're just kicking the can down the street. Well, what makes the founding fathers wise and not ignorant? What makes the Bible full of people who were wise and not ignorant? Nothing. That's the problem we're at. This line we haven't crossed yet, but we can together in this channel. So thank you all for joining me. So that's what we're doing here, ousia, reflecting on ourselves, using the dialectic and the logos, which is dianoia, which can culminate in that experience of nous. And then the fun starts. Because you better understand that experience. Hey, if I take you again back to that rugby game, if you don't know what a tackle is or a scrum is, I can show you the rugby game, even the best one, Wallabies versus All Blacks. And it'll be scary. You won't know how to make sense of it. You might pull off a language of your upbringing. Oh, it's kind of like American football, except blah, 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 blah. So we are learning a language of truth, a language of self, a language of reality, or, the divine, to make sense of even our noose experience. And that's where philosophy graduates to what's better than philosophy. Socrates calls it philomathesis. No, philomathesis is before philosophy. This kind of ousia or self-reflection that leads to you thinking, oh, hang on a second, there must be a world before the physical world that caused the physical world, that's maintaining the physical world, that has all the principles needed for the physical world so that the physical world follows physics continuously. Now, how do I get there? That's philosophy. Once you reach that experience of pure being, you can ask the question, what caused that? Now you've gone from philomathesis, the love of learning, philo, love, mathesis, learning. Now you've realized, with true understanding, true intelligibility, the thing we need to use as a model for all people in our society, and especially for you in all things you do, that even must have a cause. Now you've gone from philosophy to the next level, philophronesis. What's the cause of even pure being? So notice how far we are away from these people all the way down here at beliefs. We're so far. So what? This is the reading. We have reflected ousia on what's most meaningful, the logos and dialectic and self, which we just said is the best way of being. But in doing that reflection, we have a list of terms that have come out as key terms. What are the key terms we've pulled out? What color? Let's use yellow. We've pulled out image thinking. We've pulled out belief. Another kind of use of our mind or cognitive function, capacity we have with consciousness. Some people are moved by shapes and colors, image thinking. Some people are motivated by beliefs. I believe, blah, 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 blah. As a parent, I believe. Now, we have dianoia, a certain kind of understanding. We have, nous over here. We have, phronesis, philophronesis. And this is where we are as a species. This is where we are in our education of philosophy, since we have to reawaken philosophy, since it was crushed by the Emperor Justinian and the powers who wanted to control the beliefs, Christian beliefs at the time, of people so they could manipulate them, because beliefs can get people to act against their own best interests, because belief has nothing to do with the good, has nothing to do with the benefit, has nothing to do with truth. You can believe any old shit. So people who wanted to control the beliefs of people to abuse them, the people who are currently of that lineage, stopped us from moving beyond belief by burning down the libraries, burning down the academies where we would be learning this, based on, of course, Socrates and his student Plato. Banned this. If you even carried a Bible, you'd be murdered on the spot. If you had a philosophy book, well, watch out, even worse. So that's our tradition. We have to go back and realize that these people, Trump copying his dad, is the bottom of the list. Bottom? Yes, that's the next stage. So a new way of reading involves A, key terms, but B, what two things are there? There are things and then there are relationships. So we also need, running out of space, let's put it down here. Key terms are in relationships. Which means we need to order. They're in a order. If they are understandable, if things are understandable, intelligible, understandable, and knowable, there should be an order. It's not just a bag of Scrabble pieces where everything is just as good as anything else. My crazy Aunt Mary's opinions is just as true as my racist Aunt Uncle Bob's opinions is just as true as Socrates' opinions. There's no different. There's no people better or worse based on their ousia, dianoia, and nous. Surely not. Unless you can think, unless you're not a dope, unless you're not a baby brain. In which case, you'll realize that some things are better than others. Allowing us to think and judge for ourselves. So we take those terms and we put them in a list. Up the top, we have phronesis. What is phronesis? I don't know. That's one of the big questions we are on as philosophers. Check out the Meno. We read the Meno every second day to learn more about phronesis. We have nous, that's up there. Dianoia. Beliefs. Image thinking. Now I've taken those key terms from our reflection based on the text, not based on my upbringing. I'm reading these two key books, Midwifery and Socrates. It's image thinking. We've arranged them and we can see that there is an order. The closer you get up here, what are you getting? So that's what we have to look at. What makes you higher up the list? Closer to truth? Closer to knowing the truth of self and reality? People who have image thinking or beliefs aren't going to find the truth at all. So you're closer to the truth. Closer to, people motivated by their false beliefs and image thinking, what do they tend to do if they have any power over anyone else? Harm people in the same way they were harmed. Why? Because that's what they think is truth. In other words, even these people here still have a model of truth. It's just an image. It's just yelling like Daddy yelled at black people, says Trump. People who are motivated by beliefs still have an idea of truth. It's true that if I don't give all my money to my priest, I'll go to hell and burn for eternity. That's a false belief. Dianoia, a lot closer than to truth. So, people who have these false ideas of truth, also goodness. The higher up, this hierarchy of terms, the more you are closer to goodness itself. The closer you are to goodness, but also intelligibility. We've defined the word intelligibility, so let's use it. You are closer towards intelligibility. Not only are you reaching the truth and goodness, but climbing this ladder of logos to get there, and not like a Buddhist meditating and hoping you jump up the top. That's what Buddhism is. Making an enemy of your own mind, and hopefully somehow if you focus hard enough and you build up enough internal jiriki in your meditation, you'll jump to phronesis, maybe. Doesn't happen often. But we're not playing the let's roll the dice, or as the expression goes, let's spend our whole life sweeping up at the ashram. We are following the logos to get there. That allows us an intelligibility. If you know the truth and you know the good and you understand it, you are able to use it to benefit. Now we do this with all terms that we find in the text. Why? This is reading. Reading isn't passive. That's slave bullshit. The same people who say, hey, give up your self-goal, your self-reflection, your self-ousia to put out the garbage, or work in my factory to make me rich. By the way, every hour you work, if you are earning $10 and the boss is earning $100, every hour your boss has gone from $1,000 to $1,100. You've gone from $10 to $20. The gap between here and here is this is hour 1, hour 2, work for another $10 an hour. You've made $20. Your boss, under every capitalism, has made at least 200, at least 10 times the amount. Now, the difference between how poor you were at the beginning was $90. That's poverty. Poverty isn't objective like being. It's relative. That's what inflation is. So if you work for an hour under capitalism, you are working to make yourself $90 poorer than your boss. The second hour you worked, oh, I've gone from $10 to $20. The gap between 20 and 200 is $180. Every hour we work under an unequal society based on a relative measure of money makes us poorer. That's the big fucking lie behind capitalism. The marketing of capitalism is you can all be billionaires, and the idiots who haven't realized that's a lie, that's not fair. They're not idiots. They are brainwashed, and they're trying to cope within the society. The American dream, or the capitalist dream, is we can all be billionaires. So those people who haven't realized that that's not true, wealth means keeping everyone poor to protect your wealth. If everyone was wealthy, they wouldn't be special. They wouldn't be able to make you do things to them and for them out of fear of homelessness or starvation. That's capitalism. If you were a billionaire, you would say, no, I'm not going to touch you there, or spend my life maintaining a garden of your third mansion. Fuck you. Oh, you don't have fuck you money. That's capitalism. It's sick. So the lie is you can be a billionaire and abuse other people. So people who support Elon Musk, who will say, hey, we should let him, or Donald Trump or the conservatives, are not rational people, but are people who think that they are temporarily embarrassed billionaires. We should let them do whatever they want, because I want to be a billionaire and I want to do whatever I want. Freedom! They don't realize the fundamental lie that makes capitalism just as bad as any other fascist Nazi regime is every hour you work, you are making yourself poorer. While they tell you you are making yourself richer. And then all of a sudden, 20 years later, no one can buy a house. No one can afford basic groceries. No one can afford healthcare. Because this has been going on for more than 20 years, for a long time. That's capitalism. Just a quick reminder of the most important thing to realize behind capitalism. To show it's a problem and why, but again, we have to address the pathologos that will prevent us from changing our mind. If you grew up in this family way of being, either exploiting the poor through lies and abuse, capitalism, or supporting that system because that's what you grew up in. So what? Well, if we realize that we can arrange terms according to these things, by the way, all of these things, that is the standard of ranking terms, these are all self-logos terms. Isn't that neat? In other words, by thinking in the physical world, we are using the being. The self-logos describes being. Being itself is goodness, is truth itself. That's why we call them self-truth, self-goodness, the self-logos. So in order to think, we are utilizing philosophy. We're just not aware of it. Because to think requires collecting terms in a set, arranging them in a certain order, and judging that hierarchy and pushing the implications. That's thinking. In other words, we said that people are not dumb, they are more intelligent the more they share in intelligence itself. So if you want to be smarter, do this. Because pure being is intelligence itself. The more you can share in it, the more smart you are. And here we are seeing why. If you have a better understanding and connection to or experience of these things, wouldn't it make you more skilled, more able to arrange terms according to the model? Now, the word for the model that's used in our physical world based on being is called the paradigm. Model or paradigm. Okay, so now that we can do that, we can just go, maybe there is evidence of this paradigm that we use for thinking, but it's not physical. Truth isn't a physical thing. Therefore, this kind of reflection or philomathesis, that's what we're doing now, can lead us to realize, there must be a model or paradigm that we use for all thinking that anyone can use at any period of history. Even aliens could look at things and rank them according to truth, or rank them according to benefit or goodness or beauty. Therefore, there is a model or paradigm that has to exist outside the physical world. Let's get there. Let's understand it. Let's experience it. Let's remember it so we can use it as a paradigm. That's philosophy. The movement from philomathesis into philosophy. Wondering about the cause even of the paradigm, now you're in philophronesis. And you're wondering about the self. Now the thing is, we're always wondering about the self. Even if we're just starting. Even if we haven't even touched philomathesis yet, still wonder about the self. That genuine wonder about the truth of self is absolutely needed. If you have that, you're away. You can be in the game. Notice, genuine. If you are learning this just so you can clip-chimp, use it to prove your other people wrong who disagree with your images and beliefs, then you're not genuine. You're not learning philosophy to learn to change your mind, discover the truth about self. You are learning philosophy so you can abuse language and be a loyal Nazi foot soldier to your own family ignorance. Then you're not in the game. You gotta leave the clan. You gotta leave the cave of ignorance. If you do, you can become a better person and free yourself from doing harm to yourself and others. So, key terms and relationship. This is a new way of thinking and reading. We also read this way. But that's not the end. Terms and relationships, we also push the implication. So in improv acting or improv comedy, you've heard the golden rule. Yes, and you improv and someone says, "Oh, can I have an ice cream?" You don't say, "I'm not an ice cream maker," because then the scene will die. You maybe get a cheap laugh, but that's the end of it. So yes, and another principle of improv is, if this is true, what else is true? Or pushing the implications. If this is true, what follows? If this is true, if all The human quest is to master the dialectic by applying it to our pathologos and logos. What else is true? If human beings who have not reflected on their pathologos are living a life asleep, in a sleepwalking state, motivated by a psychic parasite called the pathologos, what are the implications? That means that anyone in power who hasn't done midwifery is going to play out their pathologos and crush others in the same way they were crushed. These are the implications. Anyone in power better be doing midwifery. As a relationship, their whole life. Pierre Grimes was doing midwifery till the day he died, at 99. Same with philosophy. Either talk about the self-logos or its distortion, the pathologos, all times, as a way of being. So what are the implications of that? What should we be doing at school? What should we demand of our politicians? Any news reporter who's ever interviewed a politician, shouldn't they know the self-logos to recognize all of those things we talked about today? When are they silencing the logos? When are they clip-chimping? When are they telling on themselves or heralding? And not just catch them on their lies and bullshit, but insist on them following the dialectic in understanding the truth about what they are doing to benefit the people they are being paid by, to benefit them. These are the implications. Now, one big implication that comes from realizing that, what are we doing? Pulling out key terms of either our logos or pathologos, and then arranging them. We are active, we're not passive, we're not a blind slave. You are a master. You are the master of your own game, of your own play, of your own work here. Pushing the implications means something interesting here. Right, so if you can rank things like this, and they tend to follow this paradigm for what makes you higher up the list. Higher up this list, you are closest to truth. You are closest to goodness. You are closest to intelligibility. You need all of those to actually benefit people. That means what? How do you benefit? How do you use your understanding and direct apprehension, dianoia and nous, and your ability to communicate it, dialectic, to communicate about truth, goodness, and intelligibility to benefit people? Who's going to listen to you? Who's going to play the game? Who's going to follow your questions? No one. So how can you benefit anyone, even if you're up on the list? Higher on that hierarchy. It needs to be recognized that the higher up the list, the more truth, goodness, intelligibility, and benefit is mastery or mastership. You can only benefit somebody who is your subject. A doctor can only cure his patient. A shoemaker can only fix the shoes of the people who go to his shoe repair shop. Mastership. The hierarchy of terms fall. So these are the self-logos ideas that are in the paradigm, but they are all parts of mastership. So mastership seems to be the way we're heading. If we look at cognitive functions of human beings, that's what we need to solve problems and reach our enlightenment. As we're doing that, we're reflecting on what we need to do to get it. Look for key terms and arrange them. Well, the key terms are the terms of being. So these are key terms. So over here, these are all aspects of the realm of being. The physical world is becoming, because everything has changed. These are aspects of being or pure mind. Being or pure mind. Let's put on a different line. So we talked about this kind of reflection being a kind of the best kind of ousia we can do in our physical body through time. But the intelligibility of pure mind or being is such that it can be grasped directly because it's the same thing. Talked about grasping all at once, like I'm grasping all at once my flamingo with touch. But to grasp all at once with mind is to experience ousia. So ousia begins the way we are reading now, culminates into the experience of nous, which is ousia experiencing ousia. But the act of grasping, the act of ousia, of grasping, of knowing it, the act of experiencing knowledge or nous, is itself a connecting with all parts at all times, or ousia. Ousia-ing ousia. Even the description of it is a oneness. So that's the experience of being, and we can see that the things that led us to it, self-justice, self-beauty, truth, good, self-truth, self-goodness, these are all aspects of it. These are all the things that underline how we arrange or understand or hierarchically understand terms. The aspects of pure being has a special name in philosophy. This is one of the great betrayals, is we've only had the correct name in the last 20 years, thanks to Pierre Grimes. And Juan Balboa, who translated the actual Greek properly. We've only recently had an actual translation of Socrates, which is a big deal, is EIDOS, eidos. The aspects of being that we study in philosophy, that we can use, that we develop a dianoia of, that we want to experience directly in the enlightenment experience, the aspects of it. It's experienced all at once, of course, but intellectually, back in your body, you can distinguish intellectually aspects which we studied in philosophy to get there. So thankfully, we have someone who's gone the whole way, like Socrates, and coming back and say, hey, let's talk about justice, let's talk about beauty. Because these are true things that you can know, and if you study them in the right way, dialectic, you can experience it yourself. These are the eidos, the aspects of pure being. Now, formally, it was translated as the English word it kind of sounds like ideas, or even worse, forms. So if you studied philosophy at school, you've heard of the forms. That is as far from the truth as you can think, because forms point to physical things. It's eidos. The word means to behold. So this is one of the great... We talked about how the word self is used all through this. We're after the self logos. It's the key point. Now, the word self, the word logos, the word ousia, the word dianoia, the word nous, and the word eidos. The self logos set of key terms of understanding philosophy has not been translated and is not included in any university I've ever seen that teaches philosophy. So what? If the act of understanding and learning something means getting the key terms, number one. Number two, pulling them out and arranging them. Number three, pushing the implications to come to conclusions. Then we couldn't have even started to learn philosophy up until now. Because the key terms have been purposely, in a lot of cases, sometimes accidentally, but nevertheless, mistranslated to mean their opposite meaning. Forms instead of eidos. Nothing, it instead of self. Discussion instead of logos. Definitely no phronesis. That's right off the list. Phronesis is a crazy one. They don't even use the same word to mistranslate phronesis. Sometimes it's understanding, sometimes it's wisdom. It's all over the show. Even if you watch Pierre Grimes' videos on YouTube, his old seminars, go back 10, 20 years, and they're trying to read a text that's not the Balboa, sometimes they'll get confusion over some words like prudence or wisdom or intelligence, because for some reason, the single word phronesis is translated as all of them. It's a freaking mess. It's okay, because we have the right texts today. We have the actual Greek. We have the key terms that we can arrange so that we understand and push the implications. Reflection. Sustained, focused reflection on something that is true in being, with an open mind, asking questions, sharing our words and logos, listening to the guidance of our own thoughts, dreams, our own mind. All of these are formally the conditions for meditation, or to move out of your physical senses, because you're not focused on them. You're focused on the ideas in a certain way, with an open, curious state of mind, not an angry, not a pathologo state of mind which can't learn anything new. So all other meditations will just take little bits of the model. So this is also a model or paradigm for spirituality or meditation, whatever you like. So what? So if the terms we need to use to arrange any set of other terms in a set, which is needed to understand, which is needed to read, all can be seen as aspects of something else. In other words, these are all being, but being broken down into aspects. We can wonder if these themselves can be the new set of terms that we would then arrange in a hierarchical order. The same way we understood the different cognitive functions to understand, all human problems are caused by these two ways of thinking. So if we ever genuinely wanted to solve human problems, all we'd have to do is learn this and master it. Because problems are caused by there in a way we can all understand. Problems are solved by there in a way we can all understand. Easy. If your toaster breaks down and your dad said, it's because it's made in China. I don't like those Chinese. It's a broken toaster because it was made in China. Are you going to fix your toaster with your racist image thinking and your prejudiced beliefs? No. So Trump saying, or not just Trump, we live in capitalism, so most of the people who are in political roles are capitalists or fascists seeking power. Easy to see. Why? Because our physical body has physical needs you need money to meet. And also fame. People want their ego or their image, their physical image, to be liked. So people are motivated by money and fame unless they wake up to this actual goal we have as human beings. Socrates calls that lover of the body. So philosophia is lover of wisdom. Philomethesis is lover of this kind of learning that can lead you into philosophy. Philosomatos is what you have to overcome to begin that journey. Philosomatos, lover of soggy tomatoes, is the Greek word for lover of the body. In the Phaedo, Socrates said, the human problems are caused by people who are in leadership or mastership positions who are in that level of cognition, so they're in ignorance, and they're only motivated by money and fame. Philokrimatos and philotimos, the two parts of philosomatos, if you want to be fancy and use the Greek. Therefore, that's how we understand why we're in the situation we're in, but also how we can solve it. Hey, your problems aren't because of the Chinese or because of brown people. You image-thinking racists or you image-thinking sexists and you belief-driven pathologos people. It's a problem of you. The way of being you personify is the problem. Cognitively speaking, it's being stuck here and you need to transition here. Below this line, no logos. Above this line, logos. So, that's called philomathesis. Pulling out the key terms, arranging them in an order, pushing the implications, philomathesis. But the implications also, not just the implications of how they function in the physical world, how they demonstrate, but also the implications of their causes. Ousia is reflecting on causes and principles. The best people that I've ever seen, especially on this Twitch platform as well, are people who, as a way of being, do this. Invite people into a discussion, keep it fun, but use that discussion to reflect on causes and principles. They are the most intelligent and the most caring people I've seen. They say things like this.
There's only two options at the end of an argument. One, you're wrong, but now you always get to be right about that topic going forward, so you get to learn something, which is always a plus. Or two, you're right and you get to revel in being right. It's a win-win.
So what? So if we have that as a way of being, like those people that we look up to or we appreciate as the better human beings among us, they're naturally inclined to reflect on principles and causes, naturally inclined to therefore be sharing in intelligence, and the more you share in intelligence, the more empathetic you are. So the more intelligent and caring people, good heart and good head. If that's our way of being, that once we realize, we reflect on the activity of thinking itself and realize it has, everything is either a thing or a relationship. So we look for key things or key terms and how those terms relate to other terms. That means putting them in a list of how image thinking relates to belief, how beliefs relate to dianoia and so on, and push the implications. Pushing the implications like these people means reflecting on the cause of this. What are the underlying causes and principles that allow for hierarchical arrangement of terms? You need truth to say this is less true than this. So even liars, even the fascists and the pathologos-driven people still try and pretend what they're saying is true through their misuse of the logos, the things we're saying, projecting their problem onto another person, vilifying it for them instead of understanding the causes. You're just a Chinese toaster, just need to smash you. That kind of ignorance. And then clip-chimping, we still need a new word for that. To anything they do is simply evidence of their natural wrongness, and therefore I can abuse them or use them for sex or use them to build my Tesla cars or take their houses, make them my slaves. That's capitalism. So even the people down the bottom are still using this. They're just lying about it. They're still pretending, hey, we're not just stealing all your money. This is what Trump and Elon Musk are saying. We're not just stealing your money by taking away all of the things that a good society needs, like healthcare and social security. We're actually helping you. And then the next bullshit that will spew from their mouth will be a lie to say how their ignorance, love of wealth, philoklimatos, love of fame, philotimos. Have you ever seen somebody craving wealth and fame more than Elon Musk and Donald Trump? Preventing them from becoming a lover of learning, philomethesis, and a lover of philosophy to know the truth, and then a lover of phronesis to know the cause even beyond truth, or the self. Even those people pretend to be good, pretend to be benefit, pretend to be intelligible. What does Trump say? I'm the smartest genius. What does Elon say? I deserve to be a billionaire because I'm so intelligent. I'm just like super wise and stuff. And good at video games and good at everything, and so I get to be rich. So they're pretending to be higher up on this hierarchy based on these key terms: truth, goodness, intelligence, benefit. Now there are more. But what's interesting about this is if this is universal, not only are we, the better people, seeking the truth about these things and removing our false images and beliefs, that's philosophical midwifery. Not only are we following it, but everyone is. Therefore, these are universally true, and they happen to be universally true because they are aspects of pure being. Once you decide to start understanding this, the cause of human problems and the cause of solving human problems and the cause of human excellence, the cause of every hierarchical arrangement of terms, when you start looking about that, the thing that's always going to be true, whether you reincarnate in 50 years or 1,000,000 years, whether you reincarnate on this planet or a different dimension of reality, these are always going to be true. You are studying truth itself, understanding itself, goodness and benefit itself. That's formally what real philosophy is. So every university degree or whatever that you begin, make sure, hey, are we going from here to here? Because this is actual philosophy. Or are you going to end up like this guy?
But hey.
Wait. Wow. Wait. I might have removed that drop to fit in some new ones, but I had a drop of a right-wing fascist propaganda guy who's also, of course, I mean, he's an American fascist, so also Putin seems to be controlling the American right-wing sphere at the moment. So given a lot of money by Russian agents to spread Trump and right-wing propaganda. His name's Tim Pool. I had a drop of him saying, I won this debate because I was able to quote more names, the way that they teach you to do in philosophy. Can you quote Hegel? Can you quote blah, blah, blah? No, I've removed it. Anyway, we don't want to talk about that guy. He is a jerk. Until he wakes up to this. In other words, anyone can change, anyone can turn their life around, anyone can solve their problems. It's just a matter of whether or not you want to play this game, which is the reason you're here.
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
To share in this adventure of knowing the self through the Logos.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Because you're all wizards, Harry. And I have a new stuffy from Harry Potter. This is my phoenix bird. Hello, say hello to him. He's very cute and squishy. I bought him because his name is Phoenix, and then I saw he's from Harry Potter. So there you go. He helps me by being cute and looking at me. Okay, so we're on a roll here, but I've just recognized I haven't been checking in with chat, which is something I need to practice more, because I really, really appreciate you guys being here. This is much more fun than speaking into the void. And of course, like this baby Phoenix, we are baby philosophers. So eventually, if we stay in this game, if we find a way of surviving the year of the rat, if we can get through this, and we make this way of being our way of being, then in weeks or months or years, we're going to have a nice community of philosophers who can do the dialectic. The only people who can understand how to solve problems and guide us through it. So right now, there's only a few of you, and I appreciate you being here. Shaik, also recognizing John Benjamin, very good. He's good. Philosophudi, who are here today? Who else is here today? Just you two? Shrike is on 2 platforms, so he's going to become doubly wise. Someone stole my sweetbread. Oh, what's that from? Oh, Philosophudi loves Phoenix. Oh, thank you. Isn't he cute and squishy? I'm going to be doing some music streams in the near. Oh, sweet roll. And I can show you an even bigger. What? Just YouTube now. I've got an even bigger Phoenix that you'll see on my music stream, hopefully soon. Anyway, so let's check in with the chat. Oh wow, there's so much good stuff here. Okay, there's a lot of good stuff. So I'm going to finish this line of thought and then I'm going to go back through all the chat. Because it's too good to just go over quickly. So what we were saying here is, okay, after you have not only participated in this new way of learning, looking for key terms, arranging them in a hierarchy, but realize that the same aspects or the same key terms over here are used in arranging them universally, no matter where you are, then you can think, hang on a second, these must be aspects of something that is, thumbs up, universally true, immortal. Therefore, if my soul is immortal and I'm here to learn something, it better be about that. So let's find the rest of the key terms in this list and arrange them in a hierarchical order. That's philosophy. Formally, that's philosophy. That's it. That's what it is. Finding the key self-logos terms of being, pulling them out of the text, arranging them hierarchically. That's philosophy. Make it your way of being. You will become more intelligent. You'll be more caring, and you'll be mastering the art of dialectic to be able to use that understanding of truth in a more caring way to benefit people. Therefore, we call it the art of all arts. It's also the spiritual experience, so you want to directly experience that. That's called enlightenment or bliss or pure knowing or nous, lots of different words for it. But that means you can even rock on down to your local ashram or your local Buddhist center. Anyone that you know nearby who is claiming to be an authority on spirituality, you have not only experienced it because of what we've been doing here, but understood it to have that experience. You can have that same dialectical, artful, beneficial conversation with gurus. They're not mysterious and out there and otherworldly. Well, sure, they may have had an experience of the other world, but have they understood it like you have? In other words, you can talk to anyone, anywhere, in a way that can help them. But we're missing something. These are a key, and that's what, by the way, this is what we do in philosophy. We pull out the key terms of the parts of the text and the whole, arrange it to see it for ourselves and be able to use it in conversations over coffee with our friends. Now, there's one thing we're missing. Pushing the implications. If there is a set of terms like truth, goodness, intelligibility, and benefit that can themselves be collected and arranged, what is the cause or condition for this list? If there is self-truth, self-goodness, self-intelligibility, self-benefit, and they're all experienced as the self knowing itself as pure mind, then what's having that experience? Self-good, self-truth, hang on a second. Just like over here, we looked at a beautiful person, a beautiful puppy, a beautiful phoenix stuffy, and we asked the question, what is the noun beauty? So too, if this is self-truth, self-goodness, self-intelligibility, self-benefit, what the heck is this self that applies to all of it? That is the movement from being, or nous, to its cause, the self. So that's the movement from philosophia, philosophy, love of wisdom, to philophronesis, the next level, where you are not contemplating this to have conversations with, I don't know, well, anyone can have this experience, but you are doing what philosophy is for, philophronesis, wondering about the self beyond that. Now, this wondering about the self, you don't have to wait for. In the Republic, Socrates said, by the way, in the Republic, Socrates outlines how do we arrange our soul, our desires, our thinking, our desire for fame even. How do we arrange the aspects of our soul in the best kind of way that can allow us to experience the true nature of reality? And while doing that, he says something really interesting. He talks about some studies. Now, all of these studies are different ways of thinking about the self. In other words, he said this: if you are wondering about the self, you, the most immediate thing, the thing that even experiences your consciousness, which then experiences other things, you, what are you, the self, the real you? If that's your focus, there is this curious thing that happens. Even though the self is beyond being, let's look at a map. So if we've got, to draw it as a quick little map to help us see this, you've got the physical world of becoming. Most people are here. If you're stuck here, you shouldn't be a leader, because you'll be motivated by your physical needs, which are competitive. If you want the apple, you have to take it from someone else. It's a problem. This is the world of becoming. The cause of all of the things we recognize in the realm of becoming, is from the realm of being. That's where we found those aspects. Being. It always is. So there's a part of our soul that's there that allows us to remember these things we once knew. Okay? But even being, what he said, like self-truth, self-knowledge, self-goodness, these are all aspects, or the eidos, not forms, not ideas, because ideas are concepts. This isn't a concept. They actually exist. They have their own selfhood. The cause of that is what we are talking about in philophronesis, the self. Or sometimes we say the one self, or the good self. So, in the Republic, Socrates says, oh, by the way, we want this, because the Republic is about justice, and justice is here. This is the as we said before, the paradigm of beauty itself. Let's write it down over here. So it has things like self, beauty. That's how come you can have a beautiful dog and a beautiful painting. Beauty can't be in the physical thing. It has to be a principle pre-existing to be shared in. Also, self-justice. And so Socrates is saying, hey, in the Republic, he's asked, what is true justice? We need to apprehend and understand, dianoia and nous, this. Because this is the paradigm, the model of actual justice, actual beauty. So if you ever want to do anything beautiful, it needs to match your memory of this experience, memory and understanding. I say memory and not direct experience because I don't think you can be in this because it's an all-at-once non-physical state while still being in your body. I don't think that's possible. Might not be so for this thing here because this is beyond experience, but let's put that aside. Keep that as a puzzle or a question in your back pocket. So Socrates is saying, hey, you want to be a just person or a just ruler, or if we want to create a world where we have a just world, you need justice. Which means you need to understand, apprehend, and use as your model this in everything you do. You want to create something beautiful, make it most like your memory of this. You want to do something right, well-ordered, proper, just, fair, fairness. Fairness is a better word for justice. Same thing. But to get there, he says, you know what? Have you ever wondered what one is? Because we say there's one idea of justice and one idea of beauty, but what's one itself? What is a pure one? Prior to you assigning it to something. One chicken, one flamingo. Where's my flamingo? One flamingo. One phoenix. One itself can't have any qualities because it will get in the way of it being able to be applied to different things with different qualities. So what's the one beyond qualities? It can't be experienced because experience requires an experiencer. That's one thing. To experience something, that's two things. In an activity of experience, that's three things. We don't want three things, we want a pure one. This reflection on the one or the self, same kinds of arguments can be asked about the self. Hey, if this is one and this is one, what's a pure one? Or this is a self, what's a pure self? These are the kinds of questions you can constantly reflect on because you are always seeing one. Everything you see, you distinguish it as one thing, different from the background. You hear something as one sound, you separate its one from the background. Everything you see or think is one. And the thing doing it or watching it is the self. The self is the most immediate, the most personal, but it's also the most profound. So if you can have a question, so we carry Xenophanes' question. So before Socrates' teacher was Parmenides. We have the book Parmenides. We read that on the channel. Parmenides' teacher was Xenophanes, and he left us he's the earliest written philosopher that we have. Greek philosopher. We have Homer, which is about, 500 years, 1,000 years before that. So they were of the Homeric tradition. But Xenophanes asked the question, what is the whole, not the pulling out individual ones, what is the whole of seeing and the whole of hearing and the whole of thinking right now? And what's watching? This is a question about the self. And Socrates says, by the way, if you shoot for the stars, if you shoot for the highest, if you shoot for knowing or remembering, how do we get there? Is it a remembering? Because this is a remembering, but this isn't an experience. So we are wondering about what it's like to be the oneself, or phronesis, philophronesis. That's a big, big question. But he's saying, look, if this is the ultimate, if this is the star I can't do a star. Surely I can. This, and then this, and then this, and then this. Shoot for the stars and be happy with reaching the moon. In other words, at, I think, book 7, where the study of how to organize your soul to reach your highest excellence or justice, benefit yourself, not just for this life, but for how you die. Book 10, there are 10 books in the Republic. Book 10 is just about what's going to happen to you when you die and how important this learning is to you while you're here, which is why we do this every day, if we can. Talk about it every day. Invite the best kinds of people to coffee to discuss every day. And hopefully in a couple of years, there'll be hundreds of us to have these kinds of discussions and our reflections with every day. If you have these sorts of, or carries and often these questions about the self, you might find yourself having this experience. Shoot for the stars and be happy when you reach the moon. Of course, don't settle for the moon. We need to then awaken philophronesis. But that's a basic overview of what philosophy is and what we're doing. So what? Well, so if we realize that things of our physical world of becoming, all of the dramas and problems we have, come from us not yet finding the highest part of ourselves, our cognitive faculties, our mind. The highest part is the mind. Whoops. We're different from animals and bugs because we have reason and the mind. So you can say that this is mind. The fact that we have a soul means part of it is in our physical body while part of it is still here. So a failure to understand the most meaningful part of ourselves in the physical world, the cognitive functions, a failure to arrange them hierarchically. So people who say, hey, you understand things to solve them. Yeah, no joke. I understand how... I would never take my car to a mechanic who doesn't understand how a car works. What are you talking about? And then someone in a dress and a big fancy hat comes along and saying, no, understanding is the devil. Beliefs solve problems. And believe me in what I say. And then we'll say, hang on a second, have you ever studied car repair? No. Oh. Okay, fair enough. I don't see you giving big sermons about how to fix your car. But you are giving big sermons about God. Do you understand philosophy and the nature of God? You don't. Oh, you also seem to be giving us advice about how to handle our relationships and who to vote for and where to spend our money. Are you an economist? Are you a relationships expert? Oh, you're not. You're just talking out your ass? I mean, faith, which is just a way of justifying your own unsuspecting ignorance and pathologos. You just happen to be wearing this robe to pass off your false beliefs and images. If you were born in the Middle East, you'd be wearing a different robe of a different religion. If you were born at a different time, you'd be wearing a different robe of a different religion. It makes no difference. The particulars, the understanding of the true principle or paradigm we are playing out is what is needed. A failure to do that means the Crusades, where human beings were tortured and murdered and abused en masse in the Crusades, driven by people claiming to be masters or rulers based on this, continues to happen. We are failing to reflect on this and pull out the key terms. Number 2, pull out the key terms. Number 3, arrange them. Number 4, push the implications. Oh, what does that mean? that means all of these people who are trying to silence our movement up there are harming people, and that needs to be fixed. All the people who put on a funny hat and say, don't understand for yourself, believe me, that will get you into heaven. If you don't, you will be burnt for eternity. Fucking terrible abuse. They need to be stopped. It's no coincidence that they are all doing the same thing, getting your money, getting fame, and manipulating people into, well, sex. Physical needs and fame. Philokrematos, philotimos. A failure to do that. Okay? So, when we realize this is the cause of all physical problems of the physical world of becoming, we realize Einstein's principle. Einstein's principle was, you can't solve problems caused by a certain way of being by the same way of being. So if this world of becoming is to do with image thinking, to do with beliefs, to do with opinions, then if these are the cause of our repeating cycles of human conflict, abuse, torture, bloodshed, genocide, if this is the cause, as Einstein pointed out, you can't solve the problem of beliefs by pushing more beliefs. Because you've just got more beliefs, which are more problems. You need to elevate to a higher level of being, what we would call understanding, dianoia, which is understanding these causes and principles, also using any experience of nous, whether you've had it or not. Stay in the game, you'll get it. Stay open to it. Using that nous, direct apprehension, and dianoia understanding to look back on those people where you used to be and help them. Just like a doctor has to have a model of excellence, of justice and beauty of the body, have an understanding of that, and have some sort of dialectic to communicate it as a master over subjects to benefit people who are sick. So too for the soul. That's what we are doing here. We're mastering the art of the logos and dialectic, which is the two aspects of dianoia, so that we can benefit ourselves, and once we have benefited, or actually even while we are learning with like-minded people, we can turn back and ask people the questions. Notice, not answers, not pushing, you must believe in Nazi this, you must believe in capitalism this, you must believe in Trump that. No. Questions. Not force, do it or you starve like capitalism. Do it or we'll genocide you like, I don't know, capitalism, religious fundamentalism. It's an invitation. There's no fear or blame or clip-chimping and projecting your own bullshit so you can abuse people. Nope, it's the opposite of that too. In fact, you have to recognize there is no blame, guilt, or shame involved in this game for you to even begin this game. That's how important it is. We read that earlier in the text. So, you can turn back and help these people as a philosophical midwife. And, if you can, the rest of us will try our best to make everyone see you should be ruling. You can reflect on the experience itself. That's philosophy. Go deeper into that experience. Oh, I experienced beauty itself. We can ask you questions as well, because we're on the quest. Oh, by the way, you experienced pure beauty. What was it like? Oh, bliss or overwhelming and intense. By the way, was everything ordered? Oh yeah, now that I think about it, there was a kind of ordering. How would you describe the ordering of perfect self-beauty? Well, everything was connected with everything else perfectly in a way that couldn't be anything better, and it had to be the way it was. Oh, you mean justice? Oh, I never thought about that. Now, what have we got? 2 key terms. How did we get it? Abuse, oppression, fear of starvation? No. Invitation into questions and reflections, ousia, open, curious state of mind, always fun. Oh, interesting. Got 2 terms. Based on your experience. That's interesting. By the way, how would you hierarchically arrange them? What the hell are you talking about? This. Can you have beauty without justice? I mean, intuitively, I would think you could. Because don't our parents look beautiful and pretend to be just, but that's how we get our pathologos? We haven't yet realized when we were young that beauty does not imply truth and justice. So we imagine that when we were crushed from our self-logos, it must have been right. So there's our model that Trump is, that Elon is, that all of the people in power are following the way they were crushed. Because we didn't realize that beauty does not always mean justice. Interesting. Oh, so we better learn that beauty does not always mean justice, and that we're actually being unjust, and we better not pretend to be just when we're passing off our own injustice. Let's stay open and curious and reflect and invite others to reflection. Anyway, so I would say you can be beautiful without being just. By the way, maybe justice, does that perfectly necessary ordered way of being that's fair and has to be the way it is? Would that be beautiful? Oh, of course. Of course. It couldn't not be beautiful. I doubt you would say justice would be ugly. So you can pull out 2 key terms. Eidos, the Greek word eidos, not forms. Anytime you hear a philosopher use the word form, correct him. Oh, excuse me, eidos. There's no form of beauty. It's an aspect you can intellectually distinguish from this experience of knowing all of eternity all at once, because that's a part of your soul. But you can arrange those aspects hierarchically, just like we needed to do here, to leave this world of becoming. Oh, and that hierarchical arrangement of ideas and seeing that beauty doesn't always equal justice is the kinds of questions we are asking these people who are stuck in their human problems as a philosophical midwife. So we can see aspects, even though it's an all at once unity or oneness experience or infinity all at once or something like that. You can arrange the terms hierarchically, allowing yourself to go deeper and deeper into it as you have more and more experiences of remembering the immortal part of your own soul, or the nature of pure being, self knowing itself as pure mind. That's philosophy. From here, turning about down here is the art of philosophical midwifery. That's what we're learning in this stream. Increasing your development of this is philosophy. But you can also not just reflect down, not just reflect in, but reflect up on causes and principles. this way of being that we have hopefully developed through practice in this community, this is where the fun is happening, hopefully has become ingrained in our way of being such that even in the ultimate experience that can block people. There are people who've had this experience and have been really confused, but why did I come back down into my body? This is Plotinus, by the way. Yes, it's an ultimate experience, but who's having it? So, this way of being that we developed together in this community by always reflecting on causes in this fun, curious manner, even if it's an intense experience, intensely painful in our problem, or intensely blissful in this experience, nevertheless, in pleasure or pain, to continue this way of being of friendly dialectic reflection on causes and principles. We can reflect on the causes and principles even of that. That's philophronesis. That takes us to our ultimate goal of the one self. And that's what we're doing now. Because we have recognized, hang on a second, we arranged the cognitive functioning of human beings in the physical world according to a list, realized that when we hierarchically order the relationships, so remember, there are terms and there are relationships, there are things and there are orders. We recognize, the principles that allow this highest kind of functioning had to pre-exist for me to do this and solve my problems, solve human problems. But even this can be hierarchically arranged, which means there must be a cause or preconditioned principles for even this. What is the cause of all these things? That's philophronesis, the love of the state of being of pure self. And also, we pushed the implications of that to realize, by the way, if you are ever being a subject to someone in a subject master or a relationship, you hope they know the truth about whatever it is. Doctor, the truth about the body. Knows the goodness, has the understanding and intelligibility such that he can benefit. In other words, the aspects of being lead to a higher functioning of the whole of them together we call mastership. What's wild is, to reach there, we have to look for analogies. Analogy means another logos. So, we started by realizing, hang on a second. Actually, I won't go down that track. I think that's a good pausing place. That there is a kind of goal we have called mastership, which is a functioning through something we have already identified as an art. A true art benefits the subject and seems to be the end result, or to which all these things are moving. Now, this isn't hierarchically arranged, but we had beauty, we had justice. We could put beauty in somewhere and justice in somewhere and arrange all these terms. So let's do a quick arrangement. So I'd probably put benefit up the top, because I don't know. Where would you put benefit? Not sure. That's philosophy. Leading to a kind of mastership of your own self, while our problems are caused by images and beliefs and opinions. What is beliefs? Belief is to believe someone else, meaning you are a slave to someone else's mastership. The guy in the funny hat, the guy who has all the women come to his tent every night, the leader of the cult, the guy who has the 4 mansions and the 3 private planes, the guy that is doing a genocide. That's what beliefs do. They make you a slave to someone else's ignorance. What we are learning in learning to think in this way, think in the way of the logos, thinking itself, is to develop a self-mastership, a self-art. We say self because it's the highest form of mastership, but also it's used to organize yourself, to remove your problems, to reach your excellence. That's why all of our goals have to be the most personally significant in this game. So it leads to self-mastership or a self-art beyond even these qualities, because it's a whole that brings them all together into a state of being you can be in at all times, called phronesis, the pure state of your true self, and you can function with them to benefit yourself and others. That's called mastership. Now you might be wondering, do all ordered terms lead eventually to mastership? And if you are wondering that, I am wondering it too. That means we are co-adventurers on the quest to understand the nature of self-mastership and how it relates to all analogies or all hierarchically ordered terms. That's philosophy too. Notice it isn't answers, it's questions. How can you get better and better questions?
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
And how can you find people to share in that adventure with you? Because it's our quest.
You're a wizard, Harry.
And it's not a solo quest. We benefit each other and ourselves by speaking up.
It's a win-win.
It's a win-win. In fact, there's a good quote from Pierre Grimes. It's in another book I don't have on my desk. The universe has been waiting for yourself to voice your logos. Speak up. Speak up about what's most meaningful to yourself. And speak up using your highest logos. That's what we're learning how to do. And I hope you all stay on the quest with me. Remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint. It's a way of being that we have time on this planet, however much time we have, to practice, to learn and practice. And maybe develop into a way of being without masks, with understanding, with a recognition of your true self. That is a way of being that you can take with you everywhere, including wherever you go after this incarnation. A kind of learning you can take with you because it's a learning to do with the self, which is beyond even being. Therefore, the most important thing we can do, our highest destiny. And when I say destiny, it's the highest possible goal that's true for everyone. So we say the destiny of man. But it also applies to aliens. Any sentient being who has woken up to the level of being able to share in the logos has the integrity to use that ability to share in language, to usia, reflect on themselves, with the kind of integrity where they are seeking not to justify their ignorance like most people and humans in humanity are right now, to prove their ignorance of their pathologos right, but if they have the integrity to always seek truth and goodness and benefit, then you will also realize this is your quest. Even if you are an alien on a planet in a galaxy 1 billion light years away, 1 billion years in the future, that's why it's the most rational thing to pursue. Hooray. And so I thank you all for joining me, and again, doing it. Whenever we read and you notice a list of terms, run out and write it up, type it, write it up somewhere, put it in your phone, and then wonder about how you would hierarchically arrange them, and then push the implications. If this is true, what follows? That's the adventure. And we might even say, ooh, all adventure games, all role-playing games, all D&D games are just taking little bits and pieces of this true quest of man. And I suppose the more pieces they pull, the more attractive the game will be, the more universally appealing it will be. Just like movies. This quest that we are on here, you can take bits and pieces of it and make things like Harry Potter, make things like Star Wars. In fact, literally, Star Wars, George Lucas wrote it with help from Joseph Campbell, who was very close to realizing that there is a paradigm. He didn't get there. He was stuck at the philomathesis. He looked at physical things in the physical world, and he looked at mythology and said, hang on a second, all of these physical mythologies to do with their images and beliefs and opinions seem to share a similar structure. They seem to be taking bits and pieces out of a kind of archetype he called the hero's journey. So if you ever do screenwriting or video game design, you're probably going to read The Hero's Journey, or The Journey of a Hero of 1,000 Faces by Campbell. In the first chapter of the book we are reading, we read about a conversation that this guy, Joseph Campbell, the Hero's Journey guy, had with the author, Pierre Grimes, and he said, by the way, you have looked at many different mythologies, but have you looked at philosophy, the actual archetype of the hero's journey that all of these other things are a piece of? We would say the same thing to anybody interested in beauty. I notice you've bought a lot of beautiful paintings. Have you ever got into the symposium? Have you ever got into philosophy to find the true nature of beauty? You seem to be attracted to a lot of beautiful women. Have you ever wondered what beauty itself was? That's the introduction to philomathesis, to learn from the physical world about the principles and causes to lead you to higher truth, understanding, intelligence, benefit, care, all of those good things that are aspects of being. When Pierre asked Joseph Campbell, his reaction was a very common reaction, a pathologos reaction. Run away. So that's why we do philosophical midwifery. When somebody invites you to philomathesis, learn about the physical being, learn about the physical world, learn about what we can see through our physical senses, to find the reason, to find the causes, to find the purpose, to find the principles, to find the ideal, everything good. If that's philomathesis, when we introduce people to that, the most common reaction is for them to run away. Because the pathologos has a force. It's the most powerful force in the physical world, and its force is to prevent you from taking that journey. You can't be a racist and leave your town. You will find people of different skin color being just like you and your friends. You have to stay in your hometown. So a lot of racist parents are like, oh, I don't want to send you to university. It's woke. I don't want to send you to the city. Stay sheltered in ignorance. Only watch Fox News. Never leave your hometown. That kind of thing. The same thing applies to the logos as a whole. Ever wanted to know the truth of reality? Nope. Of course you do. Your soul seeks it. No, because Daddy said no. The only reason you believe Daddy is because you think he is true and just and beautiful. So you are seeking those things. You want to do it properly, or you want to be a brain-dead sloth? I'll take the brain-dead sloth, please, says most people. That's why we need midwifery. Philosophical midwifery is to look at the underlying cause and principles of why people sabotage themselves. Why people are attached to the beliefs that actively harm them. Now, fascists, we've said, and religious people and so on, the reason why they deal in beliefs, it's my belief that America would be great. It's my belief that Jesus, it's my belief that Muhammad, it's my belief that Joseph Campbell was who's a Mormon guy? Joseph Smith. He was a white Jesus. It's all crazy nonsense. But beliefs can be used to lie to people to get them to act against their interest so you can manipulate them to benefit yourself physically. Money, fame, sex, a house. 18 of them. Similarly, the root false belief that prevents us from even reflecting on our beliefs and becoming free of that is the pathologos. So when Joseph Campbell was met Pierre and he said, "Hey, do you want to do the logos?" He said, "No, pathologos, I'm out of here." Now, he didn't say pathologos because he doesn't know the logos. He doesn't know midwifery. He doesn't know why he's running away from the wisest person he's ever met who could help him elevate his learning. But he does. Doesn't know why, he just does it. That's the pathologos. People don't know why they do the harmful things they do, but they know they're doing it. Therefore, we say that there is a moral responsibility for all human beings to investigate why they do the harmful things they recognize they're doing. That's midwifery. Everyone should be doing it. Yeah, so it's the hero's journey. Just like we said earlier, all yogas or all meditations take this and take bits and pieces. Oh, I like the sustained focus, but I want them to have sustained focus on a picture of my guru. Oh, yes, Dada Krishna. I don't know what they say. I don't know what their word for guru, but they'll have some title that represents authority. Like Pope John Paul, Imam someone else, Rabbi someone else, Dada, I don't know what I'm saying Dada, but I don't know if they actually have a name. But yeah, I want you to focus on a picture of this person because I'm a baby-brained pathologos person and this is my surrogate daddy. Just like the Republicans call Trump daddy. And it's okay for daddy to abuse people because their daddy abused them. Okay, so they'll pick the sustained focus, they won't pick the reflection. They might give you a question like a koan. Like, what is the sound of one hand clapping? So they like questions, but they don't want you to answer it. No talking. Same thing for the hero's journey, same thing for video games, same things for movies. If this is the paradigm and archetype, all other media does, and art does, an institution does, is pick the little bits and pieces. Those are the things that will give them success. The lack of the other features is what causes them to fail. So almost no one gets enlightened at a meditation center. Because they're only doing a couple of things and they're missing all the important things. The logos. That's why video games can sometimes kick ass, but leave you feeling empty or not meaningful or not changing your life in a significant way, even though you defeated the boss. And so on and so on. So what we are doing is learning the paradigm, embracing it, and as our way of being. And practicing it. So, a bit of an introduction. Let's check in with the chatty chat. I've got a lot to catch up on. And thank you for your patience, chat. But that introduction could have been helpful to anyone new. So we're not just learning what's good, we have to undo the effects of what was old. Intersectionality, interdisciplinary research, creative arts, encouragement, stewardship for the planet. We need to learn from all the indigenous peoples of the world. As a beginning, good point. That is we need to, and we're going to get into that in the book we're reading. There's a section on evolution and how there are stages of evolution. We need to be carers of the planet. We're at man the maker. We can make things, but without the logos, what are we making? mouse traps and nuclear bombs. In other words, we need to learn the logos so we can make the right things, use them in the right way, but also move into the next level of caring for our planet. Mastership comes down to, once again, mastership of the planet. So we can learn from indigenous peoples so long as we move from the particular aspects to the model. Because they don't have truth. They have pathologos too. There might be a couple of truths they stumbled upon, but we're not interested in the ignorance of the Maoris or the ignorance of the Aboriginals or the ignorance of this or that. We're interested in the truth. Now, having reached the truth, we can look back on the indigenous cultures and say, oh, you reached this level of the logos, and you reached this level of freedom from your pathologos. But we apply that to everyone. But good point. Sorry, I'm commenting so much to take your time with what you're doing. I just have a lot. No, don't apologize at all. No. So long as you're patient with the time that it takes for me to get back around. Yep, ancient parables are just cautionary tales for things that keep happening even into modern society. We don't have to take the metaphor literally, yes, in the Bible, to see the archetypes that exist today. For example, yes. And the same thing applies to the random thoughts, distractions, tangents, dreams, and even fantasies that pop into our mind. They are all not to be taken literally. Any self-doubt, any self-criticism, any feelings of inadequacies, anything that gets you off this journey is not to be taken literally. It is a kind of metaphor that tells you your problem. Your mind is not content with you carrying this false view of yourself, this false state of being, and carrying an insult that you got against yourself when you were young. That's the pathologos. That's the cause of our problems, and it's kept alive in our mind. So while a Buddhist would say, oh, let your thoughts float away like a cloud, fuck you. No, you just don't understand thoughts. Sorry, a bit harsh. I've heard Buddhists and Eastern spiritual people say it for so long, I'm just sick of it. So fuck you with your no thoughts bullshit. Have you watched this? Watch this podcast and then tell me thoughts are a sickness. By the way, the false belief from Buddhists that thoughts are a sickness happens to be a mistranslation of a particular Buddhist who was trying to say beliefs are a sickness. That's very different. Nevertheless, right, so we recognize that, we're not ignoring thoughts like people who have no understanding or want you to be their slave. Yeah, you can be a slave sitting on a mat. You can be a slave sweeping up at the ashram. Yeah, there are pathologos-driven people everywhere. Have they done midwifery? Uh-oh. So, we want to learn to listen to our thoughts, not hate our thoughts or undermine them or ignore them or let them float away like a cloud, because they are all messages from the higher part of our mind about our problem so that we can keep it alive. That's the part that sucks, having to stay in a goddamn problem being a human being, repeating cycles of failure, self-sabotage, negative states of mind. But it's kept alive, not literally. You don't actually suck. You don't actually need that Buddhist whatever. You don't actually have to be a slave. It's a metaphor to tell you the particular style or flavor of your problem so that if you become a master of your own self, your own soul, self-mastership, you will treat it like a master would. If a subject came into your kingdom and said, oh, you're no good as king, you should give up being a king and let me be king, you wouldn't say, oh, okay, here's my crown. You say, wait, excuse me, upon what are you making that statement? Do you know about mastership? Do you know what it takes to be a king? Have you all these sorts of things we apply to our minds. Oh, it's not real? Now that we've answered it, let's look at what it was saying. So we talk about other people today. We talked about other people projecting their problems, heralding, or every accusation is a confession from baby brain or pathologos people or Republicans or whatever. So too, our fantasies, random distracting thoughts, images, it is telling on itself, only on purpose. It is giving you the clues you need such that if you are in this game, real reading, real dialectic, real mastership, real human's quest, you're being given a set of terms in your thoughts and daydreams that if you're taking notes, you won't recognize them at first, but take notes every time a thought comes off. You go to the gym and you're focused on something and then you get distracted. What is it? That person is thinking about me. Okay, others, okay. What about that other person is distracting you from self-logos? Well, his opinions of me. Oh, others and opinions. Oh, okay. What opinion do you imagine he's thinking? He thinks I'm probably too ugly. Ugliness is and so on and so on. Keep doing that. You'll get a set of terms that will keep repeating. Those set of terms that repeat are clues about your problem. Midwifery is nothing other than organizing those terms within a hierarchy, following that hierarchy to the first most important idea, and when you first got it in your past, addressing that origin scene of your false beliefs that you've hunted down, fairly answering it, dissolving it, solving your problems. We're learning how to relate to the thoughts that are sent to us with self-mastery, and that involves understanding this, but understanding metaphor. Any concept anywhere is a reflection of something else. Like parthenogenesis. I don't know what parthenogenesis is. Have you defined it? Let me look back. Okay, parthenogenesis. What a fancy word. Form of asexual reproduction where offspring develop from an unfertilized egg. Virgin birth. Oh, I see. Right, so the idea of virgin birth might be being misattributed, but actually could be a real principle in animals. Self-actualization is the enemy of hierarchical power structures. Ooh, good point. So, now, as we are saying, there is two parts to this game. The self-logos, which is philosophy, which is we read one day, and then the distortion of the self-logos, which is the cause of our pathologos, which is why we do midwifery, to free ourselves from their problems. Now, we have understood that there is a hierarchical arrangement within terms that we have to play with to be doing philosophy. But we've also realized that the cause of human problems isn't the absence of that. It's doing that thing with the wrong terms. That's the distortion. So our pathologos is because our parents seemed beautiful when they were crushing us. A rare moment where they gave us their full attention. So it's like they're caring. They weren't caring. It just looked like it. They passed on a secret teaching. Oh, that's like a Dharma successorship in spiritual traditions. Or a logos. A teacher past Socrates passing the logos. In other words, the structure is there within our soul to be abused. So yeah, the fascists still use hierarchy, only without any logos. So famously, Jordan Peterson said, "Oh, I noticed a hierarchy in lobsters. I'm going to selectively Clip-Chimp, pick out this one study of this one species of lobster that says the most violent and aggressive men are on top of the social hierarchy of lobsters. In order to clip-chimp or prove my belief that the most violent, warmongering people, the Republicans who he sided with, should be leading. Of course, the study was bunked, his methodology was bunked, it was all bullshit. He was just trying to prove this bullshit belief, but they still use hierarchy. And the leaders who try and manipulate people, they still use hierarchy. Only it's men are on top, and women are next, and brown people are next, and so on and so on. It's a fake hierarchy to fake pretend that the person... Now, if you're Hitler, you would say the Germans, or if you were Trump, you would say the white Americans, men, or whatever. Same thing. Hierarchical arrangement of terms to imply the person at the top is more true, is more good, is more smart. Elon Musk is, or Trump is, and Musk or whatever, they are the most smart and they benefit, so they should be in charge of Tesla, of our internet, of our banking system, of the government, and so on and so on. Yeah, it's a misuse of the principles. So what we discover is our problems are not caused by an absence of logos, but the distorted image of the logos. So everything that we learn in midwifery, which is addressing the distortion based on an image held in the soul by false beliefs. Every time we learn something, we have extra bonus in this game.
It's a win-win.
An extra win-win that we can ask ourselves the question, hang on a second. To believe our parent when they crushed us, we had to mistake beauty and justice for being together when it wasn't in a physical form, in a human form. But does that mean our soul is seeking something where beauty and justice are connected? If that's the cause of us believing the lie, does that mean our soul is seeking something where there is a connection with beauty and justice? Wasn't that our dialectic we had with a philosopher a while ago? Here? Today? Beauty and justice, which is better? Which is more hierarchically arranged? Is there an order? Is there even a progression? Does that mean that there is a higher goal? So everything we learn something about is distortion. We can ask ourselves a question that allows us to have a new insight into what's true. We carry that as a hypothesis, and then the next day when we read Plato, we carry that with us and we wonder if that's true. Oh, heck, beauty and truth are together. Oh, all human problems or vice is actually a distorted reflection or image of the truth. So even the worst people have the conditions within their soul to be the best person. The most fervently attached to their pathologos could be most fervently attached to the truth. That's the story of Achilles. It was well known until Emperor Justinian, the Dark Ages, the invention of Christianity, and all of the bullshit that spewed forth from that, the Roman lineage of education, not the Greek. Before all that crap that we have to uncover and undo in ourselves, it was well known that the worst possible person, Achilles, most fervently attached to his pathologos, because he's half God. His mother was a god. So we talked about family curse. That's the pathologos. We think our family is special. No, it's easy to see that the religions on the other side of the world are crazy. It's easy to see that our next door neighbor's parents are not all-knowing and wise, but not my family. My family and my religion is the one that's specifically pointed at by God. Now, if you take that idea, false idea behind our pathologos, and you apply it to a story, you'll have a person who is touched by God. His family is touched by God. That's Achilles. He's half God in the story. Until he realizes that that's all bullshit. That justification, our family's thumbs up is best, and our family is selected by God, that all human beings have and we have to overcome because it's ignorance, he saw was ignorance. He saw was making him an unwitting member of a disgusting family tradition, and he went to his mother, who was a god, and said, I'm done. Oh, but I love you. Be one of us, says Mum. Nope. Your way of being is characterized by a kind of fake oneness. It's not true oneness. Here, it's fake oneness. Based on a distortion of unity. Based on ignorance that you got from your parents and before them all the way back to the cave. And Achilles said, I'm not having any part of it. And then that began his quest to become the greatest possible human being, going from the bottom of the world of becoming to the top of the world of being, and maybe even beyond that. That's Achilles. And something we can keep in mind whenever anyone says, oh, he's too far gone. We have to genocide that whole people. We have to kill all the capitalists. We have to kill all the whatevers. Nope. We can say, hey, what about Achilles? What about Achilles? Oh, and to suggest that a human being is born in with a kind of problem that they are not given the capacity to solve would mean we live in an unjust reality. Therefore, the person making that call has a sick view of reality. And of course, we can take all of the views of reality, write them down in a list. We got that Buddhist guy we talked about here. We got that Taoist guy who had that brilliant light of being experience. We have the Christian fundamentalists. We mentioned Protestant. We mentioned Mormonisms because they're a lot of fun to make fun of because you don't run into them that much and they don't get butt hurt. Materialists that don't think there is such a thing as this world, they cut it off here. Nihilists that don't even think this world's real. All of the ways of thinking about self and reality you can hierarchically arrange and therefore order and therefore push the implications. That's the same thing that we are doing here. Therefore, the art of the dialectic can also be applied to attitudes, ways of thinking about self and reality, and each of them has a corresponding state of mind. Nihilists are going to be feeling very lonely. Materialists, I don't know, empty, bored, and so on and so on. Which means there is a ideal. Whoops. Because, it's that star again. An ideal, there we go. Because for there to be a hierarchy in the beginning means there is an intelligibility behind all versions of human functioning. In other words, there has to be a cause for a hierarchical arrangement in ways of thinking first, before that cause then becomes all the different ways of thinking. Meaning, if we had this before, I don't know, Christianity, we could have seen, oh, you're about to invent Christianity. We can tell you what's wrong with that, what's right with that, how far up the ladder it is, its problems, its limitation, and what would be the next best thing better than Christianity. Oh, and the thing after that. In other words, we didn't have to play out Christianity in time and space to tell us our problems if we paid attention to Parmenides, Socrates, and the Logos hundreds of years before it was invented. This is important for us for two reasons. Number one, if we do want to be a good person and develop the art of dialectic, we need to be able to judge. Just like a doctor doesn't say everyone with cancer is just as healthy as a healthy person, he judges what level of excellence or sickness you are. So too, as a dialectician or a good person with the art of philosophy, we need to judge the different states of mind, which means we need a paradigm, which means we need an ordered set, which means we need to have a way of talking, mastership, with people so we can ask them a question without giving them any projections, without projecting our bullshit, without bringing in our own personal opinions, just using their own words to help them understand where they are at and also guide them to the next level. So we need to recognize that every single view of reality or the self, every single state of mind can be put into the same hierarchy. It's the same hierarchy, whether it's this, whether it's types of cognitive function, whether it's aspects of the realm of being, it's the same intelligible pattern called the Logos. So that's important. Imagine not having to live through the Crusades. Imagine not having to live through the Holocaust. Imagine not having to live through the current Palestinian genocide because we learnt the lessons of the German one. We are becoming rational. That rationality allows us to address ourselves and each other with maturity. That entering into maturity and rationality that only comes with sharing in the Logos and picking up this game is called by some entering the human race. We are asleep. We are infected with a zombie virus called the pathologos. We don't have it, it has us, we read last time. So if human means to be Homo sapien, man the thinker, or Homo ludens, man the player, this is the noblest game. This is what it means to be intelligent. And so this is entering the true human race. Okay, the other significance of recognizing this hierarchy of states of being, states of thinking, worldviews, is for ourselves. If we could have avoided the Crusades, avoided the Dark Ages, avoided the current problems we are facing with Christian leaders seeking Armageddon, trying to genocide the Muslims in the Middle East, trying to bring forth a world war that will end the planet because they think Jesus will come back. If we could have avoided all that without having to play it out in time because we recognize the paradigm, because Parmenides gave it to us hundreds of years before it even was invented by Emperor Justinian, who killed the philosophers, by the way. The same thing applies for us. That's analogy. When we're learning about the Logos, we are learning about an understandable and knowable, intelligible pattern, paradigm that applies to everything. That's why we have analogy. That's why we can say things like, oh, you want to be a good king? And you want to know how to treat your subjects? Well, let me give you an analogy. How does a good shepherd relate to his sheep? And we pull out the samenesses and the differences. Sameness, care, having a skill. It's their benefit, not yours. Same thing for a king. Differences, feeding grass to sheep. The king never gives us grass to eat. We're human people. We don't eat grass. Now, my chicken doesn't like that. Sometimes my chicken eats grass, but I don't eat grass. So, and that's what analogy is. It's not identity. There is some sameness, some difference. That's likeness. That allows us to think. In order to talk about what it means to be a philosopher, to the people watching this who don't know about what it means to be a philosopher, I have to pull from analogies. What it means to be a doctor, what it means to be a mechanic, what it means to fix your toaster. It's all analogies. That's thinking. Analogy is looking for a logos, understandable pattern of terms hierarchically arranged and pushing the implications, looking for the logos, and then pushing that logos to another logos. Analogy means another logos. So we want to know what it means to be a dialectician here? Well, find someone here that is like it, but different, because a doctor relates to the body, the dialectician relates to the soul. You can use one logos to talk about another logos, so you can focus on it, meditation. You can understand its parts, skill. And you can keep the image of it, imagination, in your mind as a goal you work towards. I keep drawing the stars wrong. There we go. Keep the imagination in it. What's that? Using your imagination, sustained focus, using your logo, using your understanding. That's meditation. Meditation and learning are the same. And we can only point to that fact because of analogy. Analogy can only work if the principle of the logos is something that applies to here and here, applies to dialecticians and doctors, applies to kings and applies to shepherds. In other words, the principle of likeness, or as above, so below, that's the logos. That allows us to think. That's thinking. Another logos. So what? So, we talked about using the logos and dialectic, the paradigm, to understand not just cognitive function, but cultures, belief systems, ways of thinking, so that we don't have to play out the terrible implications to realize it's bad to be bound by faith, which is belief. So there's a problem. Not only is it belief, it's belief disproven by evidence, one of the worst kinds of belief. Yeah, crusades happen. Yeah, oppression of women happen. A fake hierarchy where these men want to be powerful by abusing the women. Oh yeah, you can't have an abortion. Why? Because I want you to suffer because I'm a man? You mean you're not pro-life? No, I don't care about children. I just care about oppressing those with... How will I know I'm higher up on the hierarchy unless I can abuse someone down below like my daddy did? These are all the things that would necessarily follow if you understood this, the way of being that can be applied to Christianity. Meaning we didn't have to play it out. So what? Analogy. Your problems, you can play out. Your whole life can be just a reflection of that crazy problem you got when, not crazy, understandable problem you got when you were young. You can do that. Most people, that's their lives. The suffering that they have because of it, the blocks they have because of it, and the negative impact to their death, the negative impact to their where they go after they die that we explore in the Phaedo and in the Republic. The negative effects to their soul and the souls of other people. Yes, that can be your life. You can be an unjust person, harming your soul and others, causing tremendous problems to your development. Or, using this principle, you can understand where a way of thinking, what it is, where that way of thinking falls on the hierarchy, understand the implications of if you continue to believe it without having to live that life. In other words, if you reject all of the idiots who say, don't listen to your mind, or your mind is a sickness, or you think too much, or thinking is the devil, or don't ask questions, if you ignore all those ignorant assholes, I shouldn't say assholes. Assholes serve an important function. Those creeps and jerks and ignorant bastards, if you ignore all them and actually listen to your thoughts and learn the language of your thoughts, logos, dialectic, learn to understand the metaphors being sent to you, then you can understand what would happen if you believed this kind of belief, the tragedies that will follow, the suffering that would be your life, without having to play it out. You don't have to continue to suffer if you learn the lesson that the suffering or the repeated cycle of patterns are telling you. In fact, that's a good technique for meditation. If you want to do regular, like old-fashioned meditation, not dialectic, but, just sitting and counting your breath, for example. You might notice a distraction. You count your breath, 1 breath, 2 breaths. Oh, now I'm thinking about going to the store and meeting that girl who works at the checkout. Uh-oh. There's a tangent. I could have thought about that for 2 minutes before I realized, hang on a second, I'm supposed to be counting my breath. Now, you played out for 2 minutes the implication of that false image of yourself. And you'll continue to do that over and over again, which is why most Zen centers and stuff don't have enlightenment experiences. But we read that in the first chapter. When Pierre Grimes went to these places, he was asking them in the break where they got up and they walked around the block to make sure their legs don't fall asleep for too long. In these meditation centers, he was asking people about the problems they had to having this experience of being. As a result, there were far more experiences. And the particular guru at that Zen center said, "Oh, there are 2 gurus here. There's someone doing my job." Of course, the irony is he wasn't doing his job. Pierre was, but the actual authority wasn't. So, but that's what we want to do. So you play out that fantasy for 2 minutes and you're, oh shit, I'm supposed to be counting my breath. I have a different goal I'm seeking. A state of being, this separating my soul from the body and experiencing mind itself. Okay, back to the counting. 1 breath, 2 breath, 3 breath. I got to 4 breaths before I went on another fantasy tangent. You can keep doing that. In fact, you do that. That's your life. That's all human beings' life. Because we do not have the pathologos, it has us. But if you recognize this principle, before you play out 2 minutes of fantasizing what you're going to say to that cute girl at the checkout, or fantasizing, what you should buy, or I should buy something manly. I should buy a box of condoms. Oh, I should make them like extra large size so she thinks that, whatever. But I definitely shouldn't buy the Pokemon cards that I want to get from the supermarket, because I don't want. You can have all those fantasies and imagine it. All they are is this image of yourself playing out the implications. If I think I'm that, I'm going to have to say this. I'm going to have to avoid the Pokemon cards. I might have to lie to her about having big, abilities in bed. It's just the implications of this image of yourself. Newsflash, that's not yourself. That's your image and belief. You're meditating to realize yourself as pure mind. And even that's just a doorway to asking what is the self that's even experiencing itself as Usia. So if you recognize that, before you go on that 2-minute fantasy of you talking to that girl at the supermarket, catch yourself. Oh, I'm supposed to be counting and breathing. Okay. Before I went through that whole thing, what was the very first image of myself? What is the image of myself at the beginning of that drama? Take your notebook out from under your cushion or under your desk or sofa, or next to you on the sofa, or wherever you're sitting if you do this. For us, we're doing the dialectic, so you're writing down, I'm interested in beauty. I want to talk about, we mentioned proportion and symmetry, and I got to put them in a list. And not just a hierarchical order list, I can do a dialectic on it. Start by defining beauty. Then how does it function? Demonstration. Then how does that functioning affect other things? Division. And then from those other things, is there something that stands out as a conclusion? There's only 4 parts to the dialectic. So easy. A thought came up. Don't do this. Do this instead. Do something else instead. Play a video game instead. Do something practical. There's no way simply organizing your thoughts according to 4 categories can help you reach enlightenment? Can be the method of enlightenment? Surely not. This is a joke. Socrates was a joker. All this sort of stuff. Catch yourself. Because if you played out the implications of that thought, where will that lead? Giving up on the logos, on your quest here. devolving into someone who's more attached to their ignorance and their injustice, becoming a bad person, not reaching your goal. Okay, so when you catch yourself doing that, don't listen to the thoughts. Again, they're metaphors that will tell you clues about your problem, but go all the way back to the beginning and look at this person. The sort of person you thought you were at the start of that interaction with the checkout person, at the start of deciding meditation's not for you. Not for who? Not for me. Oh, so you know what you are? I suppose meditation was to find out what I am, really. So you have an image of what you are for you to say it's not for you. Tell me about that image. Understand that image. Put that image on some rung of this ladder to recognize where you are and that it's not it. Take down those key terms that just talk about this guy here, your self-image. You don't have to do any work. It will come. If you're doing something meaningful, it will pop in. The more meaningful, the quicker it will pop in, and the more strong it will pop in. Thumbs up. Write down the words that describe it. How does it feel? What words, what thinking does it have? Remember, states of mind and ways of thinking. Nihilists think there is nothing real and have the state of mind of apathy. They're the black-pilled people. People who think that the world is a battleground between good and evil. Onward Christian soldiers marching as to war was a song they made me sing when I was a child. Christian soldiers, war against who? Non-Christians, I guess. What kind of way of thinking is that? So they will have a certain way of thinking and a certain state of mind, angry, ignorant. Most Christians are in a big internal conflict because they are being told they can't reach the divine. They are being told that they are innately bad. And the kind of, so those are all false beliefs that the soul will not tolerate. So you will have a conflict in a good way. Don't accept you're not good enough. Don't accept God is higher than you. If the self is the highest term, that makes no sense to say God is better than you. It makes no sense to say you are innately a sinner. That's Clip-Chimping. Intimidation. But also what you get as a result of sacrificing everything good is a kind of unity with a group. But if you ever talk to anyone in the group, no one thinks the same way you do. And you only feel connected when you're singing in church. But as soon as you get home, there's no one like me. There's no one who understands me. Even those people at church are kind of stupid. That's the internal conflict that all religious people have. That can be recognized as, on this side of the ladder, a way of thinking and a corresponding state of mind. Those are the two that we play with. We are human, so we have a state of mind. We are rational, so we can use the logos to improve. But again, everything we do with understanding, we have to test in experience. You don't know if your dialectic was right. You have to go out and do it. You don't know if your midwife talk actually resolved your pathologos. You better go and talk to that girl you've been not good enough to talk to or whatever. Or do that piece of art and so on and so on. But that's the thing. It's both. We are human and we are logos. In fact, the two go together, because if you do an analogy and you say, you know what? A king is like, let's not do king and shepherd, let's do doctor and dialectician. If you created an analogy and say, well, okay, if there's such a thing as an art and a skill and all these other aspects of doctor or medicine, and I'm going to create an analogy to what it means to be a dialectician, only the difference is all of the terms apply to the soul. That's not a completed analogy yet. For an analogy to be complete, a human being has to look at it and judge it and see if it's actually true. So like, let's go back to sheep and shepherd. A shepherd is to his sheep, his subjects, as a king is to his people, his subjects. In that, a shepherd takes all his sheep to a slaughterhouse to kill them and eat them. Is that analogy true? A human being has to look at it and judge it. And whether their experience of the physical world or their experience or intuition of reality will tell them, no, that's not beautiful, or that's not good, or that's not true. That's not a good analogy. It's a dynamic. So you can say one of the most fundamental set of terms and relationships is logos and humanness. Two terms in a kind of relationship. That applies to analogy. Analogy isn't really complete unless you actually see if it works. You need a human being for that. But also, ways of thinking have to be experienced by a human being having a state of mind. Equally so, as we progress in our understanding, we should also have accompanying higher states of mind, until it eventually becomes self knowing itself as pure mind. That's this, ousia. And then the self somehow knowing itself in a way that's beyond even knowing. That's this. That's what we're doing. Learning from the problems of humanity by no one doing this, recognizing that there is a hierarchical ordering of everything that can be analogos, another logos, be applied to all thinking, like king is to shepherd, but also thinking itself, different cognitive functions, but also all sorts of thinking here, ways of thinking about self and reality, and an accompanying state of mind, including spiritual states which are above a certain line. The fact that we have failed to do that, we are all learning from and doing it. We are becoming rational and mature. Doing that allows us to care for ourselves and our species. What are we developing? Becoming more and more like the self. What does that bring with it? More and more logos or rational, and more, oh, that's this side over here. More and more intelligent, we could say. Rational. And more happy. Clear. Aware. Blissful. And so on and so on. That's what we're doing. So you could say, oh, states of mind, so it's a spiritual game. And then another person will walk in, oh, intelligence and reason, so it's an intellectual game. So this is the paradigm for all education? And the other guy said, no, it's a paradigm for all spirituality. And we would do this and say, actually, if it's a logos, the fact that we even have analogy, which means another logos, which is the thing we use for all thought, tells us that if it's the true paradigm for this, it would also be analogy, the same paradigm for this. So you two people fighting, you're missing the point. The one true model for both learning, education, and spirituality, and everything else in our society is the same thing. Realizing that and doing it is entering the human race. And that's what we're doing here. So thank you for everybody here who's joining me on that quest. Your quest, your birthright, your purpose. Learning from the mistakes of history in a way we haven't done before.
No one seems to be learning or growing or addressing actual problems.
Until now. Thank you, dude, from Some More News. So back to the chat. Oh, and the thing I wanted to talk about today was that specific, this is what we were talking about at the start, so apologies for taking so much time to come back around. That activity of clip-chimping, pointing to anything as a way that justifies the original conclusion that you've made. Ignorance, baby brain. I don't have a name for it other than clip-chimping, but it's called intimidation in the text. In fact, let's look at it. I have been wondering about this word ever since I read it. Why is that called intimidation? I thought intimidation was using some sort of power over someone to make them do what you say. Whereas this is different. Let's read it. Okay, blame and anger. It's a bit of a review. I'll go back to the chat in a second. Have patience, please. Fifth, can parents be blamed for the pathologos? Are they responsible for all this duplicity? What duplicity? All of the act, all of the bullshit around your origin scene, the way they crushed you, when they crushed you, and how your family all jumped on board and piled on was all a big fucking act. They were lying, and they knew they were lying. Yes, yours. All of us. It's part of the human thing. It's not a blame game. But if they were putting on the act, shouldn't they be blamed? Before we explore this issue in terms of philosophical midwifery, let us review a few things. What is blaming? Whenever we confront others and condemn them for any reason, we are trying to convince them that they are primarily responsible. So we can't just blame them because there are all these other forces. If it's part of the human condition, it makes no sense. If we need to get it as a soul, get a fundamental false belief to cause a problem so that we learn the dialectic and address this problem so we can take the art and our freedom from our problems back with us into the next levels of evolution. We can't ignore all that and say it's entirely concocted by our parents. So, claiming that there is only one cause, calling one evil and bad, having a flawed nature is another way. That's the second way of blaming. That shows us blaming is stupid. There are many causes, number one. Number two, to say that the cause is they are innately bad and evil or having a flawed nature is disgusting and wrong and unjust. It's the essence of the pathologos. But it's a very common way of blaming others. You're bad, you caused this problem, why? Show me how immigrants cause crime. There is no evidence for that. Oh, they're just a flawed nature. Just white people are better. Oh, really? Stupid baby brain ignorance. Okay? When blaming is... So don't ever listen when anyone tells you you're innately bad, you're innately a sinner, or any of that crap. It's false. I don't care if a judge is saying it to you, or a prison warden is saying it to you, or a teacher or a guru is saying it to you. It's always, always false. Don't even believe me. Carry what I'm saying with an open mind as a hypothesis and confirm in your own dianoia and your own nous, and hopefully your own phronesis. Confirm for yourself. But also, it's true. Okay, calling one evil, bad, or having a fallen nature is another way of blaming others. So when blaming is successful, the blamed experience a sense of their own worthlessness. Boo. And when we repeatedly, this is the clip-chimping, this is what we're after. When we repeatedly use errors and mistakes as supporting evidence in condemning them for having their bad nature that we hope they believe and feel shit so we can abuse them or manipulate them, that's the game. Reconciliation in Christianity? Fuck off. I'm innately bad? Fuck off. Original sin? Fuck off. All bullshit lies to oppress people. Do not believe them. Look how many times I use the F word. Surely that should be convincing. Right? Isn't it people who are angry and swear? Isn't that what makes something true? Or is it the reason that we are developing? But also, fuck off with your original sin shit. Or women are less than men shit. Or some races are picked and others aren't shit. Every Abrahamic religion. Fuck off with that shit. Grow up, learn this book. Enter the human race. Am I intimidating them? Am I pointing to their the problems that I'm not? Because I'm not talking about an individual person. I'm not saying that they are innately bad. I am pointing to the principles that they also fall into as human beings. It's the belief that is shit. If you conform to a shit belief, you'll be functioning in a shit way and then you will be a shit person. But your innate nature isn't shit. We are telling the beliefs that they are shit. There's a key difference. Because yeah, genocide, fuck off with genocide. Fuck off with original sin that will lead to genocide. Fuck off with belief-based systems that allow people to do genocides. Fuck off to any system not based on the logos so a politician can say, is genocide bad? Who's to say? I got voted in, so it's just true. Fuck off with that bullshit. And do your job to awaken to the quest of philosophy, to learn what is the paradigm of truth, and stop doing this. When we repeatedly use errors and mistakes, oh look, they did a thing. Can we steal their stuff now? Can we murder their children and take their land now? Because they did a thing. It's supporting evidence. What? What are you talking about? Hamas, right? Oh, I saw on Instagram a black person doing a crime. Supporting evidence, right? Should we put them all in prison? Prevent them from generating wealth? Should we do that? Should we deport the different, anyway, and so on and so on. Wake up to the baby brain pathologos functioning and understand that when we repeatedly use errors or mistakes as supporting evidence, clip-chimping, in condemning someone, their nature, not their ignorant beliefs that they are refusing to reflect on, which tells of their character, but again, understanding the causes of what we're doing, not blaming the person. When we clip-chimp or use errors or mistakes as supporting evidence, that's called intimidation. Insecure people in positions of power often defend their right to intimidate subordinates because they need to motivate them to do tasks, right? I get to abuse people, right? Because I make them better. I make them motivated. Yeah, right? Bullshit. However, when adults experience intimidation, they do not thereby gain a pathologos because they have sufficient experience to recognize these strategies for what they are. Abuse. Manipulation. When you're a kid being told you're an original sinner, you don't have that experience and you believe it. When you're a kid and told sexuality is bad, or being a woman is bad, or women are the cause of sin is whatever, that's the abuse that can result in a pathologos. So what? So we don't want to do that. We don't want to harm other people. We don't want to harm ourselves. And we want to recognize these principles in other people. So when somebody say, oh, I'm using an error or a mistake to support my conclusion I began with that you are a bad person and therefore deserve to be abused, fuck off with that shit. That's called intimidation. And I've always been wondering, or since we read it, I've been wondering, why is that called intimidation? I thought intimidation was making someone do what you want for fear of punishment or use of some sort of power if you don't obey. Although you could say intimidation is also to make someone feel bad. But how is this intimidation? I think it needs a different name. However, you can only pull this stunt off if you do have that power over. For example, at the time of recording, Trump and whoever that giant baby brain guy is, JD Vance, tried to do this to Zelensky. Zelensky said, well, no, you shouldn't trust Putin because you'll feel bad when he betrays you. Oh, I can use that as a mistake, says Trump and JD Vance. You telling us how you feel? No, that's not what he's saying. Oh, but I can pretend it is. I can use that as a mistake to justify abusing him. You are not holding the cards. You can't tell us how to feel. That's not what he said. They came into that meeting with this. They wanted to make him a bad person, an enemy, to justify the punishment of Russia, which is never punishment. Punishment is never actually a thing. It's a fucked up word we need to get rid of out of our language. They're trying to steal their resources and land and murder their people. That's reason. But if we are to, in order to reject reason and listen to this clip-chimping of Zelensky, using this mistake of not knowing English, not even not knowing, he used the word right, use this mistake to prove he is innately bad, that would only work if you have some sort of power over him. That's intimidation. You can't get away with it. You said, I didn't fucking say that. That's not what I meant. Trump couldn't say, oh, yes it is. No, you don't have power over me. I don't have to pretend. I don't have to buy into your lies. As Achilles said to his mother. As we say into our parents when we wake up. No. I know. But we're going to threaten you. We're going to take away whatever. Parents do that. Humans do that. If they are playing the path of Logos. Only when we were a kid, the threat is death. Because you're a little 3 or 4 or 5 year old in a house. They can do whatever they want to you. No one cares. No one knows. It's a crazy way of living. But it's the perfect conditions for this kind of abuse. Intimidation. See, you are a bad kid. You spilt your juice. See, you are a naughty girl. I'm better and your brother is better. See? Spilling juice does not prove that women are less than men. Unless you grew up Christian and you already had that belief and you wanted that child to experience worthlessness so she can become a better slave and a better Christian when she grows up. That's clip-chimping kind of intimidation. And it's so common. Very few people actually think there is such a thing as truth. Very few people are aware that there are principles and causes. Very few people realize we are born into this world of becoming to remember our true nature in being, and even those two come together to reach the self. Therefore, if there is no truth, then what makes something true? Nothing. Power, intimidation. So if you say, Zelensky said, I'll feel bad if I trust Putin. Okay. Now, the truth is, he is literally saying, he literally said he betrayed peace agreements 24 times. He broke his promise 24 times just in this particular promise. But if I pretend he made a mistake, now you are a bad guy. Now you can die. And Americans support the bad guy dying because John Die Hard shot all the bad guys in Die Hard, right? And Avenger Thor killed the bad guy in the Avengers. And I don't know, Twin Peaks killed the bad guy in Twin Peaks. Same game. There is no such thing as truth or evidence, only what I already believe from my stupid parents and upbringing, my family beliefs, and my cultural milieu, cultural beliefs around it. generating my pathologos. Therefore, if there's no truth, then what appears to be truth is just the same thing that my parents did to me. This is my model of excellence. I can only go as far as my parents, and what did they do? This, clip-chimping. Used anything I said or did as evidence to support the conclusion I'm innately bad. Because that's what was done to them, and before them, all the way back to the cave. That's our ignorance. That's the pathologos. That's what we need to overcome. Therefore, if that's their highest ceiling of logos, then that's all they're going to do. They don't actually seek what's actually good or true or solve problems. They have a belief that they want to use evidence to support, which is a certain way of being which says there is no truth, meaning we can recognize his way of being and the people like him's way of being, see the problems that result, and hopefully learn the sort of questions we can ask that can help them realize what they're doing. And it's not blame. It's just the same clip-chimping intimidation that everyone does until we wake up and become mature. And if that plays out 1,000 years ago, we call it the Crusades. If it plays out in the Middle East, we call it a genocide. If it plays out in society, we call it capitalism or fascism or tyranny. Same game. Same game. Instead of seeing reality as it is without interpretation, which require philosophical midwifery to get rid of our projections and interpretations, see reality as it is, become curious. Again, no blame, no clip-chimping intimidation. You made a mistake, you can't play anymore. Go to the naughty chair, go to detention. All that fucking shit we see at school and at work and in society. Same analogy. So seeing things as they are and using that evidence to realize that we are divine and we are even beyond the divine. We might be the highest possible version of God, if that's the highest version of reality or the self. Realizing that everything in our physical world is helping us by pointing to this. One pen, one phoenix, stuffy, one chicken. Everything in the physical world is a one. If you are awake, you will ask the question, what the heck is this thing called one? I've never seen a one of itself. I've only seen one chicken and one phoenix, stuffy. What's one? That question leads you to experience oneness itself. Everything in the physical world is one. Therefore, it can be shown that everything in the physical world is evidence of this. That's why clip-chimping intimidation, the baby brain pathologos bullshit that most authorities have nowadays, is not an absence of this, but the distortion of this, taking this evidence and instead going down here. All this evidence proves my pathologos. Trump's black racist pathologos, sexist pathologos, misogynistic pathologos, being unjust to workers and never paying his workers. This is all evidence to support the ignorance. That's why it's stagnant. That's why we call this slop. It's not a crystal clear flowing river leading us to truth and maybe even beyond it to the self. It's the opposite. It's stagnant slop. Everything you experience just confirms the ignorance you already have. There's no cycling up as we do in philosophy in the dialectic. It's stagnant. And then it becomes your mask. If you don't stop the fantasy before it plays out, not in your thoughts like in meditation or your fantasies in sexuality or whatever, but your real life becomes a playing out of this ignorance. Becomes your mask. You relate to the world that way. And then you become identified with it, and then you see the lines in your face that reflect it. So if you're interested, maybe you've heard people like, even mainstream people like Alan Watts talks about tension in the face. Look for tension in the face because that's evidence of a mask you're wearing. Yeah. Of course, Alan Watts was one of those people like Joseph Campbell in The Hero's Journey. Alan Watts was one of those people who Pierre said, oh, by the way, you want to pick up the logos and get into philosophy? What do people do when they hear about that and they're not aware of the game, or they don't have the courage and integrity to play midwifery, and they're offered to play the logos? What do? Run away! 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 So Alan Watts ran away as well. But the thing he talked about in some of his talks was tension in your face. Now, if this becomes your whole life because you are not waking up to this game, it recesses into your face. You can see the worry lines. Your posture, physical illnesses, cancer are all things that would follow having this belief that you either live out and experience or you reflect on with your friends here in a game where you can't be wrong in that sense. No blame or fear, or no blame or shame or guilt. Reflect on that image you're carrying so that it doesn't become cancer. So it doesn't become your whole life. So it doesn't distract you from your meditation. So it doesn't cause you to project on the world. So it doesn't cause you to clip-chimp other people like a jerk. So it doesn't pass on the abuse or the family curse to your children. So it doesn't block your spiritual development in this world and in the next. And now that we understand that, we can say, oh, by the way, you know what you're doing is called clip-chimping intimidation? And it's the distortion of what actual evidence is for to reach truth. That's keeping you stagnant in your slop, in your muck. Before in the channel, we talk about a pool. We're all fortunate enough to have a house with a pool. In other words, we have a body with a soul that seeks truth, beauty, justice, excellence, and the self. We have that built into our soul. Okay? But if you have a house with a pool, you have a job to keep it clean. Get rid of the stagnant water. Analogically speaking, so too, we have a soul that seeks truth. Our job is to clean up the stagnant. The false belief about what's true and beautiful and good. Get that stagnant water out of your goddamn pool so you can do the work of philosophy to fill it with pure water that can take you down a path to what is even beyond that. So we all have a pool, we have a job to keep it clean. Which brings us back to our text. So, when blaming is successful, the blamed experience a sense of their own worthlessness. Boo. And when we repeatedly use errors and mistakes as supporting evidence in condemning, that's called intimidation, what we're calling clip-chimping version of intimidation. Insecure people in positions of power often defend their right to abuse people and get them to believe that they are innately worthless by misusing evidence and reason. People in positions of power often defend their right to intimidate their subordinates because, as they claim, they need to motivate them to perform their assigned tasks, right? Every capitalist, not sure if it's as common nowadays, but 10 years ago, people would say, oh, no, you need to have the threat of starvation and death. Otherwise, you'll be lazy. You need a boss to tell you to make, I don't know, whatever you do at your job, because otherwise you'll spend all day on the couch. People are innately bad and guilt and selfish and so on and so on. Notice this intimidation that abusers use to support their abuse of others always involves this. For example, if you want religion, why believe the guy in the funny hat? Unless you believe the intimidation that you are innately a sinner and you need him for salvation. Bullshit. Fuck off. Oh, police. What do police do? Defend the property and the status quo for the wealthy elites who are abusing everyone else? Why is that a thing? Why don't, instead of police, we have an occupation that actually understands and addresses the cause of problems? instead of creating them and sustaining them for the wealthy elite. Not elite. Don't use the word elite anymore. They're not elite. They are the lowest. They are the muck people, to defend the muck people and their muck behavior. Oh, you need the police because you're all innately criminals. If we weren't here, you'd be raping your own grandmothers and you'd be stealing all the stuff. Really? Because I thought crime was mostly down to wealth inequality. Why would we be committing crimes if we have all our needs met? Think about it. We can only have all our needs met if we don't have the muck people stealing everything, hoarding everything. So, for an oppressive force, you need to believe this intimidation. You have to believe you're an original sinner to believe any religious crap. You need to believe that you are innately a criminal to accept military or police oppression. Capitalism, isn't that obviously sick and wrong? Surely we've got many universities that study economics and business. Surely one person has realized that the basic premise, being self-centered in a way that's abusing others. So let's talk about what the definition of capitalism is. To extract wealth from others while making everyone else pay the costs. In other words, abuse. Somehow makes people better? That's absurd. Why do we accept this? Well, the church said I was innately a sinner. The police said I was innately a criminal. The economists say we're innately selfish and greedy. So capitalism is the only way of being because it takes selfishness and greed and just makes it a system. Bullshit. That's fucking stupid. Grow up. Capitalism has to go. We all know that now. But it's important before we get rid of it, or as we get rid of it, or after we get rid of it. Let's get rid of it first. We have to look at why it was bad. Analogously to other systems. Are there any other systems that pass on a system that actively harms us, supporting the pathologos or preventing the logos, because we accept this innate intimidation? What else has told us we are innately greedy or innately selfish like the businessmen do? Oh, the police. Oh, the military. The Palestinians are savages. That's right. The little children in Palestine that are being murdered and abused and tortured in a concentration camp. No, it's good that we do that because they are innately bad. Savages. Same old bullshit.
No one seems to be learning or growing or addressing actual problems.
What we are doing is learning and growing and addressing actual problems, which requires not just finding the thing that's bad and removing it and replacing it with something that's good. It requires knowing the model of good so that new model reflects reality and truth and benefit. Mastership we looked at. A model, we are looking for a model that reflects good things like truth and goodness and intelligibility and benefit. Is there a paradigm for that? Oh, there is. Good news, there is one. So no more need for political fighting or conflict on a mass scale because there is one. That's the logos. Understandable with dianoia, knowable with nous, usable in the dialectic and midwifery, and able to even be transcended when you wonder about what is the self that has those things or that is experiencing those things. Hooray! So no need to vote. Do you vote for, well, I suppose you can pick a doctor, but the doctor isn't a doctor because enough people liked him enough to vote him into doctor. No, he had to show an understanding. He had to show he knew the model of the healthy body, understand its parts, understand how they fit together, and understand how to communicate that to help his subjects. So too with everything else. If there is a model of truth, and there is, that's what we're learning. So what? We need to understand the model that we can replace it with, but also we need to reflect on why we had the problem to begin with. What were the causes and conditions that led to us coming to capitalism, accepting capitalism, justifying capitalism in this most negative of human functioning, clip-chimping intimidation. Now, that's our work as human beings. On this channel, we always keep in mind that's secondary. Primarily, it's for you. When do you find yourself using any evidence or experience that you have to prove that you are worthless, to prove you're not good enough? See, I knew I wasn't going to have success. I knew it all along. I knew she wasn't going to talk to me. I knew I wasn't going to get that whatever. When do we act in a way where the evidence and experiences we have simply justify our stagnant water? That we are innately evil or selfish or a sinner or greedy or a savage or whatever. Anything less than our true self, which is up here. Because it's universal, meaning we do it too. To ourselves. So catch that. And instead, practice the art of looking at physical things. If we start there, we start looking at physical things as a human being, waking up into this world. To look at what they are actually pointing to. What are they actually pointing to? Oh, a beautiful thing. Oh, what's beauty itself? A good thing, what's good itself? One, what's one itself? That's what they're really telling us. Not that women need to be abused or black people murdered. It's not what evidence is telling us, you idiots. It's what your dad told you. And he only did that because his dad told him. And that goes all the way back to caveman days. That's our inherited human curse. But we need to understand when we do it to ourselves, recognize it for what it is, and learn how to ask ourselves the kind of questions that can make us aware of how and why we are doing that clip-chimping intimidation to ourselves, self-sabotage, self-confirming prophecy, why it happened, so we can learn what we need to learn as a soul, but also learn the art of asking that questions so that we can then ask questions about this and then this. That's the way of the dialectician, or the way of the dialectic, or what we're calling the noblest game, entering the human race. So whether it's Trump or Elon or the cop or the judge or the priest, we can say, oh, same game. Same game. Pathologos, stagnant water? Or are they doing midwifery and dialectic? Midwifery and philosophy? Let's keep reading. This issue of blame is a central issue in midwifery. It is often raised in midwifery talks, and with its solution, a maturity is gained. So this question we've been carrying since we read it. Why is this called intimidation? And why is blaming not the ticket, not the way forward? Carrying that question, sharing it with our friends like we're doing here, reflecting on it this way can lead to a conclusion, and with that conclusion, a certain level of maturity is gained. Do you feel more mature? Having reflected in this way? I hope so, because you probably are. The truth is that we are responsible for our own pathologos. We formed the judgments. We made the conclusion, but there is no blame. Blaming others is an empty charge because we framed the pathologos ourselves. Equally, blaming ourselves is pointless because at the time we didn't even know we concluded as we did. We didn't know any better. We're just babies. We're just wee babies. Oh, there we go. Take my light down a little bit. So in the end, what can we say but we are responsible, but the conditions for blame are absent? For we played a decisive part in the formation of our own beliefs, and so we must take responsibility for the consequences that follow from that belief. With the acceptance, we also know that we must play a major role in our struggle to reject the pathologos. That's our moral responsibility. Some people argue, idiots, baby brain, mush brain, stagnant water people argue that blaming should be defended, since it is the principal way we have to teach moral lessons, right? And without these lessons, we would have no other way of influencing others. If I couldn't make people feel shit about themselves by lying to them and abusing them, how will I influence them to teach them good morals? Yes, that is a way some believe morality is taught, but what if we were to say that what is also learned is actually not to be caught? Punishment distracts you from actually what you're doing to the consequences that some other idiot has when he sees you doing it. So if you can get away with it, that's the lesson. That's not morality. Being taught not to get caught is not morality. Therefore, this idea that punishment somehow teaches a lesson is fucked. It's wrong. And also harmful in all the many, many, many ways that we talked about, specifically the pathologos. Abusing people. Diminishing the self. Removing the conditions for fun, happy reflection on the nature of self and reality. That's our job. That's what we should have a society that does. Consider, is this not the question that needs answering? Is the cost for this kind of teaching, clip-chimping, punishment, blame, the poor judgment and image people have of themselves? Is that the actual cost? Is that what we're actually doing? Creating people to think in a shitty way, poor judgment, and have a shit view of themselves that will then allow them to be abused by people like Trump who come in and say, oh, I'm taking over everything. Oh, okay. I'm just stupid. I'm nobody. I can't know any better. I have a poor image of myself, and I can't judge you as being corrupt and sexist. Poor judgment and pure image of themselves. Okay, let's... The underlying theme that runs through each pathologos transmission is a kind of rule that we do to others what others have done to us. It is not a right or a law or a commandment that we get to do that or we should do that, but a kind of bond. A bond of the pathologos. And it's a kind of bond that gives the appearance of you, not true unity, like in being. That middle one, experience as true unity or oneness, that all souls are, because it's all the same soul, if it's all the same mind. No. The appearance. Notice, it's always a distortion or a false appearance. For the sake of that bonding, some believe they are justified in what they do to others. That justification, interestingly enough, precludes any critique of the legitimacy of that they presumed right. You can't critique me. It's a right I have to harm others the way my daddy harmed me. I want to be wise, like daddy. It's silly to say it, but that's how human beings think. Because of the pathologos. Because of the stagnant water. Some people call it baby brain. We call it immature. Same thing. Immature thinking. Immature way of being. They are unable to reflect on what they believe. They are just being themselves. Hey, I'm just being myself. Know me, know my ways. And they defend their right to remain ignorant of what motivates them. That's the thing. So while they can't be blamed for what they did, they do have a responsibility to remove their ignorance. We all do. We have a right to give up this disgusting way of being where we defend our ignorance. Ignorance is bliss, all that bullshit. Fuck off with that. You have a job, a responsibility to find out what you suffered from and are carrying because you're continuing to do it, whether you like it or not, whether you know it or not, whether you love your kids or not. We do not have a right to defend our ignorance, because our ignorance is what we are pretending to be wisdom. We think this is being a good dad or a good parent or a good president or a good CEO. That's not ignorance. That's a claim to knowledge. You can't claim that knowledge and claim to remain ignorant about what you think knowledge is. Self-contradictory. It's nonsense. Authorities then are not to be blamed, but they are responsible. They are responsible for not challenging their own pathologos and for not purging themselves of that pernicious entity. Every time they insist on the truth of their pathologos, they are responsible for creating the conditions of the transmission of the pathologos. Every time someone does this stagnation of actual philomathesis, love of learning, where they're taking evidence not to wonder about the cause of beautiful things or the cause of one or the cause of justice, that every time they insist on the validity or their rights to remain ignorant of their stupid pathologos that cause their harm, they are responsible of creating the pathologos conditions for others. That's why it's called being a good person. That's why we started at the start. We are better people for being in this game. Yes, some people are shitty, which means there are some people who run faster like Usain Bolt, who dunk better like Ja Morant, who score more goals like Lionel Messi. And there are also people who are better souls than other people because they have not ignored this or not insisted on their right to do this. Yes, some people run faster, some people are better. That's important because those ignorant people say, oh, don't judge what's right or wrong. This isn't true because of judgment or because of good or bad or anything like that. It's because of loyalty. Loyalty to our bond of ignorance. What does Trump demand? Truth? No. Understanding? No. Evidence? No. Loyalty. Loyalty to what? That's the insult of being a dog. Nazis, same thing. Germans were fiercely loyal to Hitler. Dogs are loyal without being able to judge whether or not they should be loyal to that good or bad thing. Now, dogs are amazing and brilliant, but when we use the word dog applied to a human being, that's why it's an insult. Loyal to what? Dog never asks. A Nazi never asks. A Trumper never asks. Someone stuck in their pathologos never asks. Therefore, we have a duty, a moral responsibility to be better people and ask, why are we loyal to this? So, becoming better people. Better than we were yesterday, and better than others who are insisting on the truth of their pathologos and creating the conditions for the transmission of the pathologos. There is no unconscious motive at work. They're not free, they're doing it. They know they're doing it. Their job is to find out why. Consider, parents and authorities do know what they are doing and insist on their right to do it. You don't tell me how to be a parent. I'm a mother. I'm a father. I know what. My daddy beat me and I turned out all right. That kind of shit. They insist on their right to do it. But one thing escapes them, and it is this that is decisive. They are not able to grasp the significance. What did we talk about when we talked about learning and reading? Pushing the implication, what follows of what they're doing. The significance escapes them because they refuse to look at the consequences of playing out the pathologos drama. What is the meaning of this refusal? When parental authorities are faced with ways of being or actions that appear threatening to them, they create the condition for the transmission of the pathologos. What's a threat to the pathologos? The logos, the self, all of the good aspects. Therefore, this insidious virus, zombie virus called the pathologos, literally is threatened by everything good about the world. True beauty, true reason, true justice, the logos itself, people being themselves. We have all these fantastic qualities about being human. the pathologos as opposed to all of them. Which is wild. So we can say pure vice is the being threatened by pure virtue. When they're faced with ways of being or actions that appear threatening to them, they create the condition for the transmission of the pathologos. In other words, no logos. You're showing yourself, that's a threat. You're thinking for yourself. You're not just believing me, but I thought I was king priest of the house. Or America, or the church, or heaven, whatever. Same, always the same. What alternative is there? To allow the child free expression of those states of mind and ways of being would mean a higher level of functioning would have to be permitted within the home or school. If the free expression could be dealt with maturely, there would be no issue. A higher level of functioning would emerge. Maturity and integrity would be the natural product. This could only be possible if the adult first faced his own restrictive pathologos functioning. There's our utopia. It's not a flawless ideal that is presented by pathologos people to say, no, allow capitalism because what, a utopia? That's not possible. So let's keep doing terrible things and killing children and exploiting them for personal profit. Because utopia, whoa, perfect, that's not possible. Bullshit. Utopia isn't some fake perfect ideal in your mind that you've never really thought about. It's this. It's a way of being that allows the free expression of states of mind and ways of being and logos of the self. That results in a natural maturity. There's our gaining maturity and integrity. Now we're entering the human race. This higher level of functioning can only happen if the adult first faced his own restrictive pathologos functioning. So another benefit, this kind of way of being in a house with loved ones. Again, what does this mean? It means the pathologos effectively blocks a higher mental functioning, the ability to explore the consequences of the most important acts, and so keeps relations on an immature level. The pathologos ensures mediocrity by blocking the understanding. It is the major obstacle of our mindful development. As a result, it is the cause of our failure to participate in the highest reaches of the mind. That's what we're doing. We want to participate in the highest reaches of the mind. We want mental development. We want to know ourselves and show ourselves in the highest possible level. And reality wants it for us too. That's why it keeps our problems alive. That's why we have the dreams we have. That's why we have the fantasies and distractions we have. It's not up for debate. You want to be yourself because yourself is the best. It's beyond even bliss. And if everything unfolded through the logos, then this analogy, this fundamental principle, if it unfolded, then it had to unfold from the self. Pure existence in ousia or reality, that then creates the physical world. Meaning, if we follow the logos properly and not use clip-chimping intimidation to stay stagnant down here, we can follow our learning, philomathesis, to wonder about this. In other words, the logos doesn't just unfold from the self, it is our way back to the self. And if we can allow that by reflecting on and purging ourselves from our own pathologos that chops it down, then we can have this kind of relationship. That's our utopia. Not perfectly completed, but creating the conditions for our own play, our own development of our own development of our own understanding. Because every soul is here to remove this and learn the art. So, big ideas today. Fantastic summary, fantastic questions, a lot of people coming in today. Oh, and let me check back in with the chat. I hope they're still around because it takes me a while to answer these questions. metaphors taken literally, read between the lines. Like the rapture. Yeah, that's a thing. Like, if the person who wrote the story of the rapture wasn't actually talking through the Logos, wasn't actually talking about reality in mind, then it's likely he was just passing off his own beliefs. So every author of the, how many authors are there in the Bible? 50? Different people with different levels of ignorance, different levels of pathologos, different levels of blocks to logos. Maybe one or two poke their head up and experience the logos. There's evidence in Mark of that. The first chapter of the first sentence in the book of John. Other than that, the rest of John is just pathologos, hogwash, stagnant bullshit. But of course, this is not a blame game. Even John had a pathologos. Thus the importance of midwifery for everyone. And that's why we read this. So we're reading the midwifery book and Socrates because they are someone who has actually gone through. So we're not picking out terms and arranging terms from the Bible, from 50 different stupid idiots with ignorance who've never reflected on their false beliefs, especially Paul. Oh my God. Most Christianity is based on Paul. He was fucked in the head. He really needed midwifery. So we're not taking his ignorance and arranging his terms as insight. No. Self-terms, self-logos. The reason why Pierre and Socrates are able to function as they did is because they're functioning through the logos from here. That's the difference. And also why we need the actual Greek translation, which we've only had for about 20 years. But you can find free links to it. Language, yes, limitations in our language. Hey, what? Yep. Hey, thanks. I'm going to jump over to YouTube because I prefer the platform. Cool. Philosophy is fantastic for everything. Yes. Strike is back. Understanding etymology. I think I need to keep more up to date with chat. They're just good questions that unfold the logos in the way it does. But I don't know. Let me know. Would you feel more engaged or feel better if I checked in with the chat more frequently? I'm still working out how to create, again, like we said, the ideal conditions in the house requires a kind of conversation and reflection and trying to be our best. So too on stream, I'm trying to create the conditions for people to learn about and play philosophy. That's why I'm on Twitch and YouTube. Do you think that psychedelics are a viable way to achieve ego death? Yes and no. We talked about all the different kinds of yoga being sort of selectively picking bits and pieces from the true model. But yeah, psychedelics, meditation, dance, childbirth, extreme displays of energy. What else? Breathing, chanting sometimes. These are all ways people have stuck their head above the water and experienced their soul, the immortal part of their soul. Yeah. But does that, if you mean by ego, our false view of ourself, our pathologos, doesn't address it. It takes you from here to here, not permanently, by the way, and you don't understand it, so you can see a rugby game without any understanding of what rugby is, or the significance of the game, or what a tackle is, or what a scrum is, or what a ruck is. So you probably just be overwhelmed by that. There'll be part of yourself that recognize it, but what about understanding? So it can be a glimpse. It can wake you up to the fact that there is more than just making money. Maybe you grew up in a house where it was all about making money because dad was a businessman and my mum was a lawyer. It can wake you up to a more meaningful life than your parents or your society. Absolutely. It can even diminish the power of this for a small amount of time if you recognize yourself as immortal. This view of yourself, this clip-chimped intimidation view of yourself as being shit, is going to have less power if you know you're not shit because you've experienced the divine nature of yourself. It can diminish it, but give that person a week or two. Where is he back? Where is he back to? Is he back to his problems? Yes, because it's two different things. Philosophy, or the movement up, is different from midwifery, the clearing away of what's false. So if we are suggesting that philosophy is the archetype and psychedelics can play a role with certain conditions in midwifery or philosophy specifically, accompanied by a dialectician in the logos, then does that mean that psychedelics was part of the Greek philosophical tradition? Yes. They had something called ergot, which was like LSD. Again, they had to prepare for a year or two. They'd have to study the logos, study certain works of midwifery to prepare themselves for that experience. And I think like half the town engaged in the ceremony altogether. It was like a part of the community. And of course it is. Wouldn't you want everyone to realize that there's more than just money and fame and using guns and abuse and intimidation and the law to oppress people so you can get more of this physical shit? I want people not to be like that. I want people to realize they have a soul, and therefore the harm they do to other people affects their own soul, and maybe even the people they're harming share the same soul, so they'd be less inclined to harm people. Abso-fucking-lutely, I'd want that. Lots of people joke about how everyone in the parliament should be given mushrooms or something to develop understanding and empathy. Yeah, so it was part of their tradition too, which is interesting. Nous is also a French word. It means us in French. Ooh, that's interesting. I'm sure, Shaik, I'm sure you could play with that. Like, if nous is the experience of pure being, and we're all the same soul, because it's a oneness, therefore it has to be one soul, then it would be us. We're just talking about having a psychedelic experience to realize we are all of the same nature, or the same consciousness. So yeah, you could say we're all us. We're all in this together. Philosophy ain't a solo quest.
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
Now the real, an even better question is, well, what's this one? If this is oneness and realizing we're all one, how, if one itself or oneself, what kind of one is that? So lots of fun to be had at these levels. But yeah, good point. Do you like birds? Yes, birds are amazing. And birds sing. I play guitar and sing, and if I'm lucky, birds will sing with me, and they're very good. They're very good, and they're very cute. Sometimes they dance. They are adorable. I love birds. Shrike is actually a bird. Loggerhead shrike. Butcher bird. I'm going to look that up. A shrike is a loggerhead shrike, aka a butcher bird. See what they look like. Oh, they're pretty little things. Oh, cute. Little floofs. Here they are. Oh. Let me fix this. There we go. There we go. I'm the butcher bird. They're very cute. They're squishy like this guy squishy. Squish, squish, squish. Oh, back to the screen. Here we go. Cheap viewers if I give money to this guy. Let's delete that. How do I delete that? Delete. John H. Benjamin is a delight. Yes, he is. He's very good. I shouldn't use the word good so haphazardly, considering now we have a new application to the good. The word good, this is the importance of language, is here. Anything less than here, we have to be more careful. If the good self refers to the ultimate, then how do we talk about the experience of this being blissful and beautiful and just? goodness. What about things that seem good, like the comedy of, how do you say his name? Is it John H. Benjamin? H. John Benjamin. So maybe he's goodish, to quote another streamer on this platform. Goodish, be goodish. Good at comedy, I don't know. We have to be more careful. I used to get pulled up a lot on that. Now that we are aware of a higher levels of reality, we have to be more careful with our language. We can't call things down here good things. Now, what can we call good things like that here? I don't know. Goodness is here. I don't know. But now the good means this. We need to have a word for it. We need to have a place to put it in our language. Oh, look at this. Chatter replying to another chatter. Yes, psychedelics can help you. Yeah, psychedelics can be helpful, but they can't help you integrate the experience. Ah, yes, fantastic point. So not only we talked about if without understanding, you might not recognize you might be overwhelmed, which can knock you out of the experience. Most people can only stand the intensity of pure being for a few moments. So we want to look for people who can stay in it longer and ask them about it. Like if you saw a rugby game and you had no language, no logos, it would seem like it was awful fight and battle and war and people, yuck. But if you had the language, you'd be able to have fun and appreciate it and go into the game in greater depth. So too with the logos, you can go into this, yes, it's a single oneness, but you can experience it in greater depth maybe. Also, we talked about it. There's midwifery and philosophy. This doesn't affect your pathologos. It can diminish its power for a while. But yeah, Shike the Fluffbird pointed out something else. Integrating that experience. Once you're back down here, you'll forget it, right? But in philosophy, we want to understand beauty and justice itself as the paradigm and model for how we function as a dialectician. If to free ourselves from the pathologos is to recognize that our pathologos parents doing what we talked about, clip-chimping intimidation to the self of you as a baby to prevent your development that threatens the way of being of your parents' ignorance, and ignorance they are demanding they have a right to inflict on you. If our job is to escape that bullshit, then we better ask questions about whether or not they were actually beautiful when they did that. Yes, they appeared it because it was a rare moment and they finally spoke up and maybe they gave you all their attention in a way they never have before. It appeared beautiful, but it wasn't. The better you have an understanding of beauty itself by not only having that experience, which you can get in many ways, but understanding it means you can integrate it as your model for asking questions as a dialectician. But not just asking questions as a dialectician for anything you do. Anything you do, don't you want it to be just or fair? Don't you want it to be beautiful? Therefore, you can integrate this as the paradigm or brilliant light of being. What is it in the Republic? It's called the bright, shiny model in reality itself. It's a good point about integration. Like, go to an Eastern spiritual dude. They might have had an experience, no logos. Ask them questions about it. They won't answer the question, or they'll talk in riddles or whatever, like a politician does. In other words, they haven't been able to integrate their experience of this in a certain way that can help them benefit their subjects. No art. No logos, no art. It's like going to someone with a really healthy body, a really beautiful body. Wow, you have a really beautiful and healthy body. Can you cure my cancer, please? Well, just because I have an experience of health doesn't mean I understand it. I'm not a doctor. Just because I've had experience of pure being in whatever, meditation or psychedelic experience or luck or anything, doesn't mean I can understand it and use it to benefit anyone else or even myself. in going into it with greater depth and going beyond it, what's having that experience? So yeah, good point. Good point. Shike. Hi, Reen Rook. Welcome. Thank you for the stream. It was interesting. Oh, see ya. I hope to see you soon, Foodie, and I hope that maybe you check in with the YouTube and you catch up on the questions to the... Oh my God, another ad. The questions to your... Sorry, the answers or the response to your questions. And that's all the chat. So, we have gone through the chat and addressed the questions. Some new people today. Welcome. I hope you enjoy it. Again, if you have any feedback on what would make the stream more interesting and fun, or any questions, share them. You can share them in the YouTube comment section, or you can join our Discord and share your questions, but also share your attempts to pull out key terms from our reading. Key terms, or key terms from your problem. Your attempts to arrange them hierarchically. Your attempts to wonder what the idea is that you are arranging them. Like when you arrange them hierarchically, according to what? More true, more good, more powerful, more causal? Reflect on that. By the way, that's called the division stage of dialectic. So you are doing dialectic, but also push the implications. Where does it go? The conclusion. Notice key terms, definition, arrange. You've done something. You've functioned with it. Demonstration. Finding about of all of these ordered terms, what is the idea behind them all? Division. And then taking that idea and bringing it back into the fold, relating that idea back to the original definition to understand it in a higher way, or pushing the implications. That's conclusion. Those are the 4 steps of the dialectic. It's also, I didn't realize that as I was talking, but as we do, when we do something, create something, reflect on it, see if you can see the structure of the dialectic in it. Because maybe it was there without you realizing. And the more you're aware of it, the more you can use it consciously for your own benefit and to benefit your friends, like our friends here on this channel. So, share your questions, because to share a question is to be on a quest with friends.
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
And that's the game. It's not about having the answers, it's about cultivating the questions. To carry a question is to be on a quest. And of course, we're genuinely open and curious, and we can share it with our friends. So share your practice and play at this kind of arranging terms or dialectic. Those are our 2 keys, questions and dialectic. Cues and ifs. Because these dialectics aren't certainty, it's still an if that we test in our own experience, like analogy. Analogy isn't complete unless a human tests the analogy. A dialectic isn't complete unless we test it to see if it brings us here, or brings us into greater depth, or allows us to integrate, as we said, or even go beyond. That's the game. Thank you for joining me on this game. Thank you for joining me on the stream. It was a long one today, so I think I might break it into 2 parts for YouTube. Yeah, thank you again so much. It's great to be able to talk about this sort of stuff. Most fun, most meaningful, opens you up to the most insights. It's really the best game in town. So it's nice to have people to share it with. So thank you again, and I hope to see you next time. And yeah, welcome to Baby Phoenix Stuffy. Bye.